Good morning, everyone. It's 9 a.m. Welcome back to the WaterFix hearing, petition hearing. I'm Tam Dodak, Board Member, Hearing Officer. To my right is Board Chair Felicia Marcus, Co-Hearing Officer for this item. We had Board Member Dee Diadamo here, and I assume she'll be back as well. To my left are our staff, part of the hearing team. Dana Heinrich, Diane Riddle, and Kyle Oceandesko. We also have other staff assisting us today. A couple of quick announcements. Locate the exit closest to you. In the event of an alarm, we will evacuate. We go down the stairs to the first floor and exit to the park across the street. If you're not able to use the stairs, you'll be directed into a protective vestibule. This hearing is being recorded and webcasted. We have a court reporter here with us today. So when you provide your comments today, please speak into the microphone and please begin by identifying yourself and your affiliation. Please take a moment right now and put all your noise-making devices on vibrate, silent, do not disturb. And if you think they are that way, please check. All right. Before we resume cross-examination of panel 3, I would like to address the request to extend the September 1st deadline for submittal of testimony and exhibits for Part 1B of the hearing. We have reviewed the request submitted and the oppositions filed by the Department of Water Resources and others, and have decided not to grant an extension. The State Water Board's usual practice, even in enforcement proceedings, is to require all parties to submit the written testimony and exhibits for their cases in chief at the same time. For this hearing, we bifurcated Part 1 and required petitioners to present their case in chief in advance of the other parties. Staggering the hearing in this manner gave other parties the benefit of more information for the purpose of developing their own cases in chief, and it also gave participants in Part 1B of the hearing more time to prepare their testimony and exhibits. The original deadline for all parties' written testimony and exhibits was March 1st, 2016. When we bifurcated the hearing, the deadlines for parties other than petitioners was extended to May 16th, 2016. Subsequently, we extended the deadline for petitioners to May 31st and extended the deadline for Part 1B participants to September 1st. Therefore, the parties submitting cases in chief for Part 1B of the hearing will have had nearly 10 months to develop their testimony and exhibits since the original hearing notice was issued on October 30th, 2015. The parties will have had 3 months since the petitioners submitted their written testimony and exhibits for Part 1A. While we understand the resource limitations of many of the parties, this amount of time should be adequate for Part 1B parties to develop their cases in chief. A number of parties have argued that they need more time to review and respond to the revised biological assessment released earlier this month and to information provided during cross-examination. To the extent that the parties do not have enough time to respond to information provided during cross-examination in their cases in chief, they will have the ability to do so during rebuttal. In addition, we have stated that we may revisit Part 1 hearing issues if information presented in Part 2 of the hearing, including the biological assessment, has a material bearing on Part 1 issues. So for the reasons that I have outlined, the requests for an extension of the submittal deadline for Part 1B are denied. All of the deadlines for Part 1B of the hearing, including the September 1st deadline for written testimony and exhibits, remain unchanged. With that, we are ready to resume with cross-examination of this panel. And we will, well, before we do, Ms. Meserve.
Good morning. OSHA Meserve for Bogle Land, Stillwater Orchards, Diablo Vineyards. I just had a procedural question regarding the hearing officer's ruling. I have a question regarding the I think, expected release of a final EIR in maybe within a couple of weeks, according to the update we received from the petitioners. And I am wanting to know, with respect, if there's a way to clarify whether the mitigation measures that have been discussed in cross-examination, such as AG1, GW1, GW5, and GW11, for instance, which have been purported to address some of the injuries to legal users of water, if those are going to be changed, because that's another moving target that we're dealing with. And just since that wasn't addressed, I just wanted to raise that point. I don't know if it can be addressed now, but we are really struggling to keep up with how these things are changing and be able to present a coherent case in chief for the protestants. Thank you.
Thank you for raising that. We will keep that in mind as we proceed. And whoever just had that ding, I heard a ding when Ms. Meserve was talking. Put your machine on silent, please. It came from this side of the room.
Do you remember the bionic woman when that advanced to your anything? That's pretty good. I'll do that.
It just shows how intently I'm listening to all of you. All right, with that, Mr. O'Loughlin, you may start your cross-examination of this panel.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Dodak. First of all, thank you for giving me the day off on Friday. I appreciate that. Mr. Lehigh, why don't we start on page 2 of your testimony, line 5. And I just want to get clarified. It talks about the coordination includes scheduling SWP exports upstream in coordination with CVP scheduling of pumping at Jones Pumping Plant and releases from Lake Shasta and Folsom Lake in accordance with the Coordinated Operations Agreement. In that statement, do you mean to exclude New Maloney's Reservoir from the Coordinated Operations Agreement?
Well, the New Maloney's Reservoir is not explicitly in as part of the Coordinated Operating Agreement.
Okay. Is the Friant facility in the Coordinated Operations Agreement?
No, it is not.
Are Buchanan Reservoir in the Coordinated Operation Agreement?
No.
Is Hidden in the Coordinated Operation Agreement?
No.
Are San Joaquin River Exchange Contractors deliveries included within the Coordinated Operation Agreement?
No.
Thank you. The line number 10, you talk about the CVP, the SWP and CVP BIOPS for the projects. In regards to this project, is it your understanding that the OCAP BO for the CVP includes New Maloney's Reservoir?
My understanding is there are some aspects of the BIOPS that affects operations at New Maloney's, but not being a reclamation operator, I can't say for sure.
Perfect. So my next question then, actually you led it right into it. So you put down on line number 15 and 16 that your testimony concerns the SWP and CVP collectively. Are you representing the Central Valley Project here today?
No, I'm not.
And in fact, if I have questions regarding the Central Valley Project, you would probably defer those questions to Mr. Milligan, is that correct?
Yes, I would.
Okay, great, thanks. So Mr. Milligan, back to the last question. Is it your understanding that there is an OCAP biological opinion for the Central Valley Project that is applicable to New Maloney's Reservoir?
We don't use the term OCAP, but there is a biological opinion for the long-term operation of the coordinated operation of the CVP and the State Water Project, and that does include the operations at New Maloney's.
Okay, in regards to New Maloney's Reservoir, were there RPAs that were put forth by the National Marines Fishery regarding the operation of New Melones Reservoir?
Yes.
Okay. And currently, is it your understanding that at New Melones Reservoir, that Reclamation is trying to implement the RPAs to the best of its ability to fulfill its requirements under the biological opinion?
Yes.
So let's talk a little bit about New Melones Reservoir. Were you here previously in regards to the testimony by Mr. Lehigh when he showed the exceedance charts in regards to various locations for water quality in the Delta?
Yes.
Did Mr. Lehigh ask you to do a chart for compliance at Vernalis?
No.
Okay. Is there a reason that Reclamation didn't do a compliance chart showing compliance at Vernalis for water quality and flow objectives?
The submittal was focused more on the operations as they might relate to the California WaterFix and the proposed operations around that, and the questions around salinity at that part of the Western Delta and outflow questions. So that's why the focus of the pie charts and the compliance was structured the way it was.
So currently now, does Reclamation have the ability to meet D1641 requirements at Vernalis from New Melones?
Not under all conditions.
And in fact, over the last several years, Reclamation has applied for and received temporary urgency change petitions for flow requirements at Vernalis. Is that correct?
Due to extreme drought, yes.
And in fact, in the recent State Board temporary urgency change petition, it says that Reclamation, no, this is condition 4, Reclamation shall submit a proposal to the Executive Director by November 1st, 2016, identifying how it plans to address its difficulty meeting D1641 San Joaquin River flow requirements until such time as the State Board updates and implements the San Joaquin River flow objectives. So has Reclamation come up with a plan on how they are going to meet the D1641 flow requirements?
That's not complete yet.
Do you know if when the San Joaquin River Agreement was in place, if the San Joaquin River Agreement flows were the same as the 1995 Water Quality Control Plan flows called for in D1641?
My recollection of what was in the control plan is somewhat geared to my understanding of Table 3 and the current D1641. And so I don't recall if those are exactly the same, but the Table 3 flows are different than what was in the San Joaquin River Agreement.
In the submittal that was done for both the petition and the modeling in this case, it states that D1641 flows will be complied with as well as the OCAP-BO flows. And my question is, are those applicable both at New Melones for the modeling and the work that was done for this petition?
I am not sure that the modeling, I think that's for the most part, is it related to flows, is there an outflow for D1641 in terms of overall delta, but the modeling was somewhat suppressed as it related to the San Joaquin River and New Melones operations.
And how was it suppressed?
I will say it was somewhat suppressed because of, as you pointed out, difficulties with being able to meet the D1641 flow objectives. And without something like the San Joaquin River Agreement in place and a lack of control by Reclamation to be able to meet those flows exclusively with releases for New Melones, and to also be able to have a long-term operation that could continue to meet objectives, through the 80-year simulation that was in CalSim.
You know, did you have any input on the modeling from New Maloney's Reservoir?
This is something that the modelers were struggling with, and we did meet on a number of occasions as to how best to represent the San Joaquin in light of support of the petition for the WaterFix.
Right. Can you explain to me then what, in your discussions with the modelers, how you wanted the San Joaquin River represented? It'd probably shortcut me just continuing to ask a bunch of questions on each river.
I would have liked to seen a much more robust, full representation of the San Joaquin River Basin in any of the planning studies that we do. But given the number of assumptions that would have to be made to do that for this particular task, I think decisions were made to represent what was under control of reclamation in terms of meeting the biological opinion terms and continue to make sure that we modeled to meet the base flow requirements as well as at Vernalis, as well as the salinity requirements, and hold that particular operation steady through the no action and the various options that were presented to the board in the package. Recognizing that our thoughts are that the WaterFix should not change any of those operations, and that the subsequent of water reaching the delta from the San Joaquin would may not be exactly what we would see in the future, depending on operations on the other two prime tributaries, but that for comparative purposes and trying to evaluate impacts, this would be a reasonable baseline.
So a little bit more about the baseline. When the modeling was done, did it take into account the San Joaquin River restoration flows?
If I may, I recognize that on Friday we went over some of these objections that may come out of my mouth, and the board's preference that I limit the number of objections that I file. So I'd like to just put on the record, for my client's purposes, an objection to discussing the baseline and existing operations, as those, I believe, are beyond what's properly before the board, but I don't mean to derail this line of questioning. I just want it noted for the record that I just raised a standing objection to existing operations and the compliance with laws such as the San Joaquin River Restoration Act and whatnot.
So noted. For the record, Mr. Laughlin, do you want to actually please state your rationale for this line of questioning and the relevancy to the point that you're pursuing?
Yeah, it's pretty simple. I just want to understand what exactly the baseline is, so then I can understand what the proposed project is. And so then I will understand what the delta is between the two of them.
Thank you. Now that we've got that settled, please continue.
Thank you. Okay, so are San Joaquin River restoration flows included in the analysis?
I don't have the table of assumptions in front of me, and I may, for a more complete answer on this, have to refer back to the modeling group, but my understanding is yes, and to what the assumptions about the timing and the various quantities of restoration flows that would actually reach past, let's say, Sac Dam on the San Joaquin River.
Right.
I do not recall exactly what those were. There were some nuances about what point in time in the future the program would look like, and that I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. And then moving forward in time, if the San Joaquin River Restoration Program goes forward and comes to fruition, and this project moves forward and comes to fruition, is there an understanding in the modeling or any analysis in the modeling of how San Joaquin River restoration flows will be handled when they hit the delta?
My understanding, and again, this may need some additional clarity from the modeling folks, is that to the degree that those waters are entering the San Joaquin River and that they would reach Vernalis, the assumptions that go with that, it would be to the degree that we're able to recapture those within whatever operating criteria are developed for this project, we would account for those, but they would not be offered any additional consideration beyond just other available water to the two projects.
So stating that another way maybe would be is that if that water were to come past Fernalis, the San Joaquin River restoration flows past Fernalis at a future date and time, they would be treated as any other unregulated water entering the delta in regards to how the CVP and SWP would divert and divide that water up.
Objection, that calls for a legal conclusion.
Mr.
doesn't.
O'Loughlin, please repeat the question for me.
It's an operation question. It's pretty simple. If water is coming down from the San Joaquin River restoration flows and it hits Fernalis, is it going to be treated as unregulated flow entering the delta?
Please answer.
My understanding, using that term, is no. I think that the water, well, I'll leave my answer as no. I don't believe it would be treated as unregulated flow.
Would it be treated as CVP project water?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Well, he operates every day in the delta, and he needs to determine what water is or isn't CVP water, SWP water, or unregulated water. It's a pretty straightforward question.
Thank you. Please answer, Mr. Milligan.
My understanding, and we haven't really had water to the delta from the program yet to deal with in this fashion, is that the board, under their permitting, to use that term slightly loosely, has protected that flow down to the delta, and to the degree that it can be picked up within the regulatory construct of water leaving the delta, that it's protected in that context. I think from a operational standpoint, it's a volume of water that's mixed with the other water that does come in from the delta that is unregulated, and that the rules would not change as to whether that's water that can be picked up or not. And there's a whole series of questions within the CVP that still need to be answered as to, is there a priority for that within our CVP operations? And that's a question that's yet to be determined.
Right. Okay. So, and then in regards to flipping to the other side of the aisle on New Maloney's, so when New Maloney's releases water to meet water quality at Fernalis or flows at Fernalis, when that water passes Fernalis, how currently does the CVP and SWP treat that water when it enters the delta?
That's been treated as we would unregulated flows.
Okay. And then you have an agreement between you. So like if New Maloney's releases 1,000 CFS, it goes past Fernalis, how's that 1,000 CFS split between the CVP and SWP under current operating regulating criteria?
It would depend on the situation of the overall inflows to the delta and what types of criteria are controlling.
Okay. Okay. Is there a normal split of 65-35?
If it were excess conditions, there would be no splitting of it. It would, if it's an increment of 1,000 CFS, I think I understand your example. Excess conditions, there would be no sharing. It would just be an additional increment of water that would go as outflow. If it were balanced conditions, it may be 75-25.
Okay. In addition to the modeling that was done, what modeling assumptions were used for the Merced River?
This may be, again, I think if you want, depending on the level of depth, for the calcim experts to say, but it would be the calcim set of inflows for hydrology and the base representation there. If your question is what assumptions are we making about their releases on that particular project, they kind of comport with their current FERC requirements.
And the same question in regards to the Tuolumne River?
It would be a very similar answer.
So as you sit here today, based on the draft EIR, EIS, the biological assessment, and the petition that has been put forth for the project, are there any additional flows that Reclamation is looking to acquire or obtain as part of this petition from the San Joaquin River?
Not that I'm aware.
Mr. Lehigh, would your testimony concur with Mr. Milligan's opinion in regards to that question?
Yes, I have the same answer.
Thank you. I'm going to switch gears for just a second. In cross-exam, this is for Mr. Lehigh, in regards to some questions asked by Ms. Spalletta last week, and I thought I heard you answer the question, you expressed an opinion that your written testimony was based only on H3. Your written testimony is based more than just on H3, is that correct? It includes H4, right? Your written testimony?
My testimony, I offered an opinion on both H3 through H4.
Okay.
The specific work that my staff did as far as the example that we laid out was H3.
Okay. But your overall testimony is from H3 through H4, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Okay. Now, there's a spring outflow requirement in regards to H4, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And how much flow is required for the spring outflow requirement?
Well, the flow would vary depending on how wet a year it is, with an upper end cap of 44,500 as far as a requirement.
Can you put SJTA exhibit number 6 up on the screen, please? Scroll down. Thanks. There we go. Okay, right there is fine. Okay.
Mr. Laughlin, for the record, can you please identify what you're showing on the screen right now?
Yes, this is SJTA exhibit number 6. This is the draft EIR EIS 4.1, page 6. I just wanted to be clear that H4 is what's set forth in lines 29 through 30, where it's talking about a spring outflow requirement that is going to be developed by willing sellers and willing buyers. Are these, in other words, is the willing seller or willing buyer thing the same as the spring outflow thing that you've been talking about, or are they different things?
No, I think the requirement, the requirement stands on its own. I think it's
Wait,
possible.
Sorry
Yeah.
to interrupt.
Mhm.
I'm confused. What's the requirement?
Well, the flow criteria.
Oh, the
spring flow criteria.
So the spring outflow
Yep.
criteria stands by itself. Okay. All right. got it.
Correct. It may or may not require, I mean, there could be other ways to meet the requirement.
Okay, but in the draft EIR EIS, it states that you're going to get it from willing sellers and willing buyers. Did you actually model willing sellers and willing buyers for the spring outflow? I haven't been able to find it. That's why I'm asking.
That would be a question for the modelers, but I don't believe they modeled willing sellers and willing buyers as far as meeting that requirement.
And you haven't, as you sit here today, you're unaware of any contracts that have been entered into between willing sellers and willing buyers to make this spring outflow water available. Is that correct?
No, I'm not aware of any agreements.
Are you aware of any agreements, Mr. Milligan?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Now, in regards to the spring outflow, and this is back to you, Mr. Lehigh, so did you actually model the spring outflow requirement as part of your petition here today?
No, I didn't, my staff did not. In the example that we did was H3, so it did not have this specific requirement that you're talking about here as far as H4. I relied upon the modeling results as far as my opinion on H4.
Okay, so did H3 include a spring outflow component?
H3 did not include the spring outflow criteria.
Okay. So how were you able to issue, what's your opinion then on the spring outflow in regards to where the water would be developed to make the spring outflow available?
So the modelers assumed as part of the H4 scenario that well, in some cases, just the natural flows would meet the criteria.
Correct.
There were different layers of actions that would be taken in order to meet the requirement if natural flows were insufficient. So the first action would be a reduction in exports. If that reduction was not sufficient to meet the outflow requirement, then there would be additional releases from Lake Oroville up to a point.
So the evidence that, or the presentation that we have in front of the board right now, what is, in your understanding, how much reduction would occur at the exports in order to accomplish the spring outflow criteria?
So if necessary, there was a reduction to, I believe it was a combined 1,500 CFS export in order to attempt to meet the outflow requirement.
And then if I understand your testimony correctly, if you got to 1,500 at the combined exports and you still weren't meeting the spring outflow requirement, you then went to Lake Oroville to release water to meet the requirement. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you put a caveat at the end of the Lake Oroville, and you said up to a certain limit. What did you mean by that? Or, and if I misstated that, you could rephrase it whatever way you want.
No, that's correct. So the modeling does assume that additional flows would come to Lake Oroville, from Lake Oroville, as long as storage, projections of storage were at least 2 million acre feet by the end of May.
End of May?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there a reason in regards, was it for modeling purposes to show that it was possible to meet the spring outflow criteria that only Oroville was used rather than the combined CVP and SWP operations upstream?
Yeah, my understanding, the goal in developing the criteria for the spring outflow was to provide as great an outflow during that period as possible without having upstream effects. And that was one of the reasons that Lake Oroville steps in to make those releases at least during that period in the spring. And it's also why it was so that there would not be impacts to the CVP reservoirs. And there was a reason it was limited. The response from Oroville was limited in order to ensure that Lake Oroville could get to the at the end of the year in the same place as far as storage, so that there would not be an end of season storage impact to Lake Oroville.
So let's say hypothetically, just hypothetically, it's a perplexing issue to me. If Oroville released 200,000 acre feet to meet the spring outflow, and you still met your 2 million acre feet, then as far as the CVP, the SWP is concerned, there would be no additional requirements from Shasta or Folsom? Or is this an accounting methodology that you'd get it cleaned up later on based on a spreadsheet?
Well, so this is the area that, as far as the accounting, this is the part as far as the responsibility for this requirement and how it relates to CVP export versus SWP export later in the season. That part of this has not been worked out. So physically, the releases would be made from Lake Oroville, but as far as how that's accounted for, as far as the splits between the two projects and how we would manage our exports later in the year is the piece of this that has not been worked out yet.
So when you make releases from Oroville, you deliver water to the Feather River contractors, right? The SWP does.
That's part of the purposes for the releases from Lake Oroville, yes.
Now, you don't, at Oroville, you don't release water to meet the settlement contracts for, let's say, GCID, correct?
We don't meet GCID being a Sacramento settlement contractor. We don't make the releases directly, but there is an accounting to the extent that they're part of the in-basin uses. It does reflect in the COA accounting.
So depending on where you sit in this Sacramento River Basin, what project gets stuck with meeting the spring outflow requirement could have a impact on the ability for those contracts to be met in the future, correct?
No, I don't believe so. That's not what the modeling shows. Modeling shows that there would not be any impacts to any of the settlement contractors or the upstream storages.
In regards to the modeling that was done, when you operated Oroville to release the additional water to meet the spring pulse flow, did you create additional storage space in Lake Oroville?
Yes, so the storage levels in Lake Oroville, under those years where additional flows were required from Oroville to meet this spring outflow requirement, storages in Oroville would be temporarily lower than they would have been otherwise. But by the end of the season, end of September, storages would have recovered to the same level as before.
Okay. So Mr. Milligan, this question's for you. Based on the testimony by Mr. Lehigh, is it Reclamation's intent to make any of the spring pulse flow, the spring outflow requirement a condition of the New Melones project?
That's not my understanding, so
Okay.
no, I don't believe so.
Is it your understanding that Reclamation would be amenable to a permit condition that stated that no additional water would be released to meet the spring outflow requirement as set forth in the EIR/EIS?
Objection. This is a policy matter beyond the scope of this panel's expertise.
And I think Mr. Milligan has answered as such in his previous testimony. So please move on, Mr. O'Loughlin. Unless he wishes to change his testimony at this time.
No, that would be consistent with my previous.
Can you At this time, can you put up SJTA number 12, please? Mr. Milligan, this has been marked SJTA number 12. It's a draft of the DWR white paper in regards to water transfers. Are you familiar with this document? And you can scroll down further if you need more.
I think we do need a little bit more. I am familiar with various white papers for transfers.
Stop right there. Okay. All right. Mr. Lehigh, are you familiar with the DWR white paper that's been marked as SJTA exhibit number 12?
Yes, yeah, I am somewhat familiar with this.
Okay. So are you familiar with the refill criteria that's required of various transfers when stored water is released to meet a water transfer objective? And DWR and reclamation require that the operator of the facility that releases stored water for a transfer has a refill criteria inserted into the permit terms and conditions for the transfer?
Yes, I'm generally familiar with that.
So explain to me, is there a request by DWR in regards to the petition that you've submitted here today as to whether or not DWR will have a refill criteria for Lake Orville in regards for the additional storage that you're going to release in the storage space that you've created for senior water right holders downstream?
I don't believe the operations portrayed in the modeling from Lake Orville to meet a proposed spring outflow requirement under H4 would be applicable to a water transfer application as you suggest.
Okay, and can you explain why you believe it's not applicable?
Well, the way this criteria is being proposed is that this would be met by the projects, this H4 spring outflow criteria.
Yeah, I understand that, but in regards to releasing additional stored water, you will be creating a space in Lake Orville for this project that otherwise would not occur except for the granting of this petition. So what I want to know is, are you amenable to a refill criteria for senior water right holders downstream to protect themselves from your refill up in Lake Orville?
Same objection.
Thank you. Please move on, Mr. O'Loughlin.
Well, no, I want an answer to the question. The question is whether or not there's going to be a refill criteria for the hole that's created in Lake Orville.
I mean, when you say criteria, what do you mean? Are you suggesting, because obviously these witnesses have been asked numerous times about potential criteria for the permit as a condition of granting this petition, to which their response, as coached by their attorney, has been, it's a policy call that's beyond their expertise. So when you're asking about criteria, what specifically are you talking about?
You know what? I'm going to pull up my thesaurus and come up with a different word. Okay, so let's try a different way. If I understood your testimony correctly, you will be releasing stored water at certain times to meet the spring outflow objective, correct?
Not necessarily releasing stored water, but allowing unstored water to pass through the reservoir.
Oh, okay, now you're being cute. Look I get it. So here's the deal. You got unregulated flow, you got re-op flow, but at some times in some years, you're going to be releasing stored water from Oroville to meet the spring outflow criteria. Is that correct?
I would have to look at the modeling to see if that is indeed the case.
Okay, take a look at the modeling and...
I know it is affecting the storages, but I can't agree with your statement that it would be storage releases
Okay. Well,
without looking at the modeling.
well, let's take a break and look at the modeling. That's fine with me.
Okay.
Can we do that during the break, or do you need to do it now? So we,
No, I'll move on. He can do it during the break.
great.
Yeah, that's not a problem. I got more
Okay,
questions.
let's get back on topic here, Mr. O'Loughlin. You were trying to reframe your question.
No, I got it. We're there. He's
Okay.
going to look at the modeling, and we're good to go.
All right,
And
then move
then
on.
we'll understand whether or not they've created a hole in Orville or not. And then we can ask the rest of the questions. Mr. Lehigh, in regards to your example that you gave earlier in your testimony, you stated that you used this past year as a prime example of water, unregulated water entering the Delta that could have been picked up by the North Delta diversion facilities. Do you remember that example that
Yes.
you gave? Okay. Now, I want to move upstream again because actually this follows on the last question that we just had. Clearly, the project as envisioned and put forth in front of the board envisions the releases of water from Folsom, Oroville, and Shasta, stored water releases from Shasta, Oroville, and Folsom that can be rediverted at the North Delta facilities. Is that correct?
I think I testified that that could be possible in some years, probably wetter years.
Correct. Okay, then now there are time periods where there's water entering into the upstream storage facilities, Shasta, Oroville, and Folsom, that you re-op and release. Is that part of the water, it's not stored water, okay? Is that part of the water that you're looking to recapture at the North Delta facilities?
I'm not sure that I quite followed the...
Sure. It's pretty easy when, let's say you have a requirement. I'll give you an example. So if we were to look at, like, say, Shasta, and the inflow is 1,000 CFS, and the outflow is 10,000 CFS, and the 9,000 CFS has been stored for more than 28 days in Shasta, 9,000 CFS would be stored water releases, and the 1,000 CFS would be a bypass of flow to meet requirements downstream. Would you agree with that?
With that hypothetical? Sounds correct.
Okay. Now, at some times, there is water that comes into the reservoirs, and its residency time is not 28 days, and you release it. Are the projects looking to, if that were to occur at certain times in certain years, and it was possible to pick that water up, would the projects look at diverting that water at North Delta diversion facilities?
It would depend on the circumstances.
Right, there's a myriad of circumstances, but given if all the operating criteria were in place and all the rules were being met, and you were bypassing water that was been in your facilities for 15 days, and you had the opportunity to pick it up, I'm assuming as a project operator, you would pick it up at the North Delta facilities if it was available.
Not necessarily. We would be doing our usual evaluation of whether we had sufficient stored water to meet all of the other requirements, including our deliveries to our settlement contractors and other meeting other objectives throughout the remainder of the year.
I'm sorry, I must not be being very clear. So let me try again. No, this is not that you're releasing stored water. This is water that's kind of unregulated, where you're on the cusp of, let's say you have to meet a flood control criteria, and you've only had the water in storage for 15 days, so it's not stored water, okay? And it's not direct bypass flows because it's not coming in on the day that's being released. Are you looking to pick that water up if you were to let it pass your facilities at Shasta, Oroville, and Folsom and pick it up at the North Delta facilities?
I'm not sure that I have enough information to answer this question.
Okay, that's a perfectly good answer. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay, so now I got it. Moving on to your statement about this year. Now, in your statement, you made a distinction between waters that the CVP and SWP control upstream and the water that would have been available in the Delta for diversion at the North Delta diversion facilities this year. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. So, and let's just make the math simple here. So let's say this past year that Shasta, Oroville, and Folsom were releasing 3 acre-feet total, okay? And that water is going into the system. And let's say hypothetically in the Delta, there was, at the North Delta diversion facilities, there was 10 acre-feet. So the way that the project's designed, if you could do it correctly, you would try to capture that 7 acre-feet as long as the bypass flows are being met, the outflow criteria are being met, everything else is being met, you'd try to pick up that additional 7 acre-feet, correct?
Again, I don't know if I have all the information I need on your hypothetical, but if we're meeting all the other criteria, all of the other obligations, and this is excess flow, then I wouldn't see a reason why we wouldn't pick it up.
Great. Okay, so now in regards to this excess flow, I'm trying to determine in your mind, where is the excess flow coming from in order for you to pick it up at the North Delta facilities? And you can go by tributary if you want.
So in our example, the excess flow is coming from various sources. It's coming from direct runoff from precipitation in the Sacramento Valley. It's coming from unregulated tributaries that feed into the Sacramento Valley. So for example, the South Fork of the Yuba River, it's not much regulation on that particular tributary. It's also coming, at times it was coming from required pass-through from Shasta, Oroville, and Folsom for us in order to meet our flood control requirements. It could have been coming from minimum in-stream release requirements. So combination of all these things would have been the source of the unstored water available.
Okay. In regards to, let's move downstream then and look at the first example. One of the examples you gave was unregulated tributaries. So let's pick a good one. Let's pick Mill Creek. So would Mill Creek be an unregulated tributary that would contribute water that may be to excess to the Delta where you would pick it up?
Yes, it could.
Okay. Does DWR have any facilities on Mill Creek to regulate or control water?
No.
Okay. Would the same response be true for Deer Creek?
I think that's the same response, yeah.
Okay. And in fact, there's a myriad of streams and tributaries downstream of Shasta and Oroville and Folsom to which the CVP and SWP have no control or projects on those facilities, correct? On those tributaries, sorry.
Yes.
Switching subjects, can you put up SJTA number 10, please? And you can scroll down. You can keep scrolling down if you want. So.
Could you identify it while he's scrolling?
Yes, this is SJTA number 10 is DWR and the Bureau letter to National Marine Fishery for Section 7 consultation on the coordinated long-term ops. and then there's a similar one for U.S. Fish and Wildlife. Mr. Milligan, are you familiar with this letter?
I didn't get to see the date of the letter. Oh, yes.
Can you tell us what this letter is?
It's a request for reinitiation under Section 7 of the Federal Endangered Species Act for the long-term coordination of the two projects.
Okay, and there's a similar one that went to U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so now my understanding as we sit here today then is, so we were talking earlier about, I called it the OCAP BO, and you corrected that and you said it had to do with the long-term operations of the CVP and SWP.
That's just the title that's on that particular consultation package. That was the title that was used.
Okay, so as we sit here today, DWR and Reclamation have asked NIMS and U.S. Fish and Wildlife for an opinion on the whole entire integrated CVP, SWP operations, correct?
We've requested to reinitiate that consultation process.
Okay, all right. And so if that process is going to move forward, then is it possible that the assumptions that were part of the petition regarding the current OCAP BO requirements may change?
Yes, it is possible.
I have another, this is a scheduling issue, and if you don't know the answer to this, it's fine. And Mr. Lehigh, if you have a different understanding, you can jump in at any time. So how is the consultation for the WaterFix project going to move forward now that the two projects have requested consultation for the entire project? Are they going to run simultaneously, or is the large project, so the CVP, SWP operating one going to go first, and then they're going to go back and do the WaterFix on top of it? How's all this going to work, if you know?
Worked out. This is a fairly recent request for reinitiation. And we are in the process of initiating, or in consultation, the WaterFix component. So I think that there's certainly a staffing concern that goes with this. So I don't think we know exactly what the sequence was, but I do believe the WaterFix biological assessment is done and is now in the hands of both federal fishery agencies, that they're doing their best to do their consultation on that as we speak. So they're much further along in that particular process.
So do you have any understanding, though, and I understand that the biological assessment was finalized and sent to them, do you have any understanding, though, that they're going to finish that process first and then do the long-term consultation, or do the long-term consultation first and then finish the WaterFix? Do you know?
I do not know for sure.
Okay. But Mr. Lehigh, would you agree that in regards to the petition that has been put forth by the CVP and SWP in this matter, that it assumes the current, what I would call biological opinions from NIMS and U.S. Fish and Wildlife regarding the long-term operations of the project? Is that correct?
Yes, my understanding is this request for reinitiation is based on the current operations of the two projects.
Okay. And the petition you made was based on what are the current biological opinions that have been issued for the long-term operations of the project, correct?
That would be my understanding.
And if you go through this process, it is possible that the conditions to operate the projects pursuant to the Endangered Species Act, both from NIMS and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, may differ than the petition you've put in front of the board. Is that correct?
I suppose that would be possible.
Okay. Well, and in fact, were you surprised at all this year when you were asked for an additional 200,000 to 300,000 acre-feet of outflow by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to meet the Endangered Species Act?
don't know that we were formally asked. I don't know if we were formally asked for that.
Okay, you may, okay, but wasn't the basic gist of the request that if you don't give us 200 to 300,000 acre feet of additional outflow, that we're going to seek reconsultation?
I'm not aware of any discussions of that nature.
So as we sit here today, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has asked for an additional 200 to 300,000 acre feet of outflow. And that's currently not in your petition to the, this petition to the State Water Resources Control Board, is that correct?
That's not part of our proposed project, no.
So maybe you can help me. So I'm trying to figure out, as a water user, how I can determine what the impacts to my water right is, and yet I don't know where the spring outflow is coming from. You're in the middle of consultation with NMFS and U.S. Fish and Wildlife, which may change. Your EIR, EIS isn't done yet. How do we know what the number is or where these flows are coming from? And I'm not being argumentative. I'm just trying to figure out how we come up with the knowledge that we can respond in a meaningful manner to your petition.
I don't know what flows exactly you're talking about.
And
I mean, the petition is based on our current regulatory environment with the new infrastructure as proposed.
well, let me ask, so I understand that, but the flow range is this. How do I know what flows you're proposing at what point in time and from what tributaries? And you're telling us, and we just went through this, we don't know where the spring outflows are coming from. You still have to go to U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and NMFS for biological opinions. Isn't that key information necessary? Because your petition, the premise of it is your OCAP operating pursuant to the OCAP BO.
I'm going to object to misstating the witness's testimony. John has explained where the spring outflows under H4 did come from.
I get that, but what I'm trying to understand is your petition is premised on the OCAP operating pursuant to the OCAP BOs, right?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Your petition to the State Water Resources Control Board and the flow criteria you put forward, you've said that you're going to operate pursuant to the OCAP BOs, right?
We will operate to whatever regulations are required of us.
Okay. So, and we know what the OCAP BO is as today, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But now that this reconsultation has been initiated, it may change.
Yes, we have no idea to what degree
And
and what form.
Okay. So as part of your petition, how do we know if you're going to operate pursuant to the OCAP BOs? How do we know where this water is going to come from based on criteria, on OCAP BO RPAs that haven't been developed yet
Where what water is going to come from?
to meet the new OCAP BOs? Are you just going to accept
What are the
OCAP
requirements of
BOs?
the new OCAP BOs?
Hold on. Okay.
Okay.
Well, no, the question is, do you know what the new requirements of the OCAP BOs are
I do
going to be?
not know.
Okay,
I don't know if there will be any.
right. So we don't know either way.
Right.
Perfect. I agree with that. Okay. So I got another question. In regards to this project, did you, Mr. Milligan, look at the upcoming water quality control plan?
What specifically?
Sure. In regards to, are you aware of the state board's endeavor to change the water quality control plan for the Sacramento-San Joaquin Bay Delta?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, that the state board initiated that process in 2006. Is that correct? Okay. I'm curious as to the draft EIR EIS in the testimony put forward here today, why there hasn't been an analysis of the water quality control plan in the context of WaterFix.
Are you speaking of the draft EISER as it relates to the WaterFix?
Yeah.
It did not include some analysis of a changed control plan?
Yes.
I do not know.
Okay. Do you know who would know?
I think I would probably, it maybe not be an operations question, but it may have been a question for those that were preparing those environmental documents.
Okay. Well, let's look. So we do have one. We had a draft environmental document that hit the street in 2012 from the State Water Resources Control Board, the Water Quality Control Plan. And it called for unimpaired flows, and it had a preferred alternative of 35% unimpaired flow on the Stanislaus River. Has Reclamation done any analysis of what would happen at New Maloney's Reservoir with the WaterFix requirements of trying to meet D1641, OCAP BO Table 2E flows, and trying to meet an unimpaired flow obligation as well?
There may have been some analysis, but I'm not sure what the status of that is.
Okay. And if you did that, you did it internally within Reclamation, or did you submit it as part of your petition here today?
It would have been just some internal work that was done. It was
Okay.
not part of the petition.
Mr. Lehigh, are you aware of any analysis done by the Department of Water Resources to ascertain what the impacts of the State Water Resources Control Board Water Quality Control Plan would be in the context of California WaterFix?
No, I'm not aware of any analysis on the preliminary.
Do you know why any analysis was not done by DWR in regards to the change in the water quality control plan being done by the state board?
I don't know. I suppose, for one, it's not final.
No. So is it your understanding that pursuant to CEQA that you have to have a final regulation or rule before doing the appropriate CEQA documentation?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
If you know.
No, I'm not enough of an expert on CEQA to know.
Okay. Do you know, has anyone from your staff talked to anyone at the state board about how the water quality control plan substitute environmental document was going to be integrated or coordinated with the California WaterFix draft EIR EIS?
No, nobody from my staff I'm aware of.
Mr. O'Loughlin,
Yes.
do I dare hope that you're done? Let me rephrase that.
I'm being nice today.
What additional line of questioning do you wish to pursue?
I have about 4 or 5 more lines. Actually, if we could take our morning break now, and if Mr. Lehigh could look for the answer to that modeling question and come back, and I will probably be done, if we took a 10-minute break, I'd probably be done around 11.
What are these 4 or 5 additional lines of questioning that you are going to pursue?
I have some questions about other people's testimony. I have...
Like other people's testimony?
Yep.
Oh, you mean other petitioners' testimony?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I have questions in regards to appropriate, the subject near and dear to my heart, appropriate delta flow criteria.
Okay, there's only so much you can do with that, you realize.
We'll see. I'm
Okay.
not prejudging it one way or the other, but yes, I have questions about, you just asked where I'm going. I have some questions regarding delta outflow. I have some questions regarding modeling assumptions based on current actions that are occurring in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. So probably around 11,
Okay.
ballparkish.
Right. Let's go ahead and take our 15-minute break then.
Oh.
We will resume at 10:25.
Thank you.
Is it on? All right. Can we go ahead and set the timer for 35 minutes? I'm going to hold Mr. O'Loughlin to his word.
An attorney to his word? That's hilarious.
I have high standards for you, Mr. O'Loughlin.
Probably you and my mom were the only two. Okay.
May begin when ready.
Ready? Okay. Mr. Lehigh, on page 4 of your testimony, lines 8 through 11.
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review that testimony? It says the SWP also operates within its water right permits. It basically says that you're not going to change for the WaterFix. Is that the basis for your finding that, or your opinion that there's no injury to legal users of water?
No, I don't think that in itself leads me to that conclusion. No.
Okay. What other documents or data or facts do you rely on that there's no injury to legal users of water?
My conclusion that we would continue to be able to meet all the water quality control plan standards to at least as effectively as we have in the past.
Okay. And when the modeling was done for this process, did it include the modeling and your ability to meet the standards? You included within that the ability to have TUCPs, correct?
No, I don't believe that was part of the modeling.
Okay. So the modeling that was done for, let's say, New Maloney's Reservoir, you would disagree with Mr. Milligan's testimony then that the modeling was suppressed at New Maloney's and that in fact D1641 was met under all terms and on all conditions at New Maloney's?
Well, Mr. Milligan has probably looked at the New Maloney's operations a lot closer than I have in the modeling, so I would defer to whatever his thoughts are on that.
Okay. We're going to skip around a little bit and get some questions resolved. Did you have a chance to look at the data to see whether or not stored water would be released under H4 to meet the spring outflow requirement?
I made a good faith effort to try to find it. It's not something that can be gleaned from any of the exhibits. It would be in the EIR EIS, and I was unable to find it within the 15 minutes of the break.
Could you help me then, and I not to spend a huge amount of time on this, can you try to point me in a direction, because I've been trying to find the results, where I should be looking?
I think my understanding was Appendix 5, if I had that correctly, was where, or that's where I was looking.
Okay. Thank you. I'll take
If it is informative to the board, it's Appendix 5A.
5A.
Thank you. Thank you for your help. Appreciate that. Can we put up SJTA exhibit number 2? And if you could scroll down on that. Stop right there. Mr. Milligan, I'll represent to you that this is DWR Exhibit 514. This is excerpts. This is, I believe, page 4. Based on your previous testimony, take a chance to review this. Would you agree with this depiction of the modeling that was done for CalCIS in regards to the WaterFix project?
Could you scroll up so I could see what the headings are for each column?
Oh, absolutely. Go right ahead.
And where did this document come from?
This is DWR 514. If it doesn't look familiar, or if you don't agree with it, that'd be fine.
It's not in some of earlier testimony, we were looking at some tables that talked about modeling assumptions.
Right.
For no action versus H3 set of criteria, H4. This table seems to be referring to some calcium changes from 2010 to some of the later versions. And obviously on the San Joaquin River, there was some adjustments within that as well.
Right, because like one of them is that the Vernalis Adaptive Management Plan no longer exists.
That is correct.
Oh, okay, that's an easy one. Okay, thanks. Can you scroll down to page 14, please?
While we're here, if I could,
sure.
if I could.
Yeah, go ahead.
The liberty of, in discussing with some of the folks that were familiar with the modeling that was submitted to the board and for the environmental documents, that there was a lot of discussion back and forth on how to represent the restoration program and potential flows. And it was pointed out to me that in the submittals that actually flows from the restoration program, the modeling language that would have allowed that to be kind of incorporated to the model was actually turned off. So there were, as best as we can tell right now, that there were San Joaquin River Restoration Program flows are not represented in either the no action or the with project alternatives.
Thank you. That's my understanding as well. Okay, scrolling down to down to the next page, which is I think page 14 from 514. So there was a lot of discussions about capacities and capabilities and everything, but would it be fair to say that this chart accurately depicts the amount of water that may be exported or might be exported based on the various alternatives that have been proposed? Mr. Milligan.
Yes, this chart is, again, it's an exceedance probability chart. Kind of shows the range of what combined exports of the two projects would be with a no action alternative. The H3 set of criteria, the H4, and then the two broader boundary discussions. So yeah, this tries to represent the range of what could occur.
Right. So on an exceedance curve basis, it may be possible under, I believe it's H3, that there is more capability to take divert some more water than it would under the NAA.
There's certainly a number of periods of time where that's the case. It's hard to tell if they crisscross at the drier end of the spectrum or not.
That is correct. Okay.
But that's a kind of cumulative over a season. Is this chart is kind of the annual amounts?
Yes, thank you. Okay. Can we throw up SJTA number 3, please? Yes. This is from the State Water Resources Control Board. It's the Sacramento-San Joaquin River Basin Supply and Demand Curve for Curtailment. And it's dated 6/10/2015. Mr. Lehigh, have you ever seen this document before?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Mr. Milligan, have you seen this document before?
It does not look familiar. Maybe it's just the graphics. I may have seen something like that. I can't read the text, but the graphic, I think I've seen something like this before, but not the specific document.
Okay. Are you aware of, in the last several years, where the State Water Resources Control Board has undertaken an analysis of trying to determine when supply and demand matches up with flows in the Sacramento, San Joaquin, and Bay Delta?
Is that to me?
Yes.
Yes, I am aware that they've endeavored to do that over the last couple of drought years.
And this is one of the analysis that they performed. If any of you are aware, I'll start with you first, Mr. Milligan. Has Reclamation made an analysis of downstream demand in regards to the changes that may happen due to WaterFix and when supply and demand are necessary in the Sacramento River Basin?
Could you repeat your question?
Sure.
I got just a little lost.
No, I was a little lost too. It was a little long, a little windy. What I'm trying to get at is the testimony provided so far to date. I haven't seen any analysis of where the water right holders are in the Sacramento or San Joaquin Bay Delta system, nor an analysis of their demand at various times of the year. Do you know if such an analysis was done by Reclamation as part of this petition?
I'm not aware of anything other than what's kind of more globally part of the calcium representation of demands in the Sac Valley and San Joaquin.
Mr. Lehigh, do you know if DWR has done located either in the Sacramento, the San Joaquin, or in the Delta, the senior water right holder and the demands of the senior water right holders based on a year type for the analysis of injury to legal users of water?
Yeah, I know there are gross assumptions on these numbers in the modeling, but I don't know specifically what kinds of adjustments may have been made for various types of years. That would be a question for the modelers.
Okay, another modeling question. All right, can we switch to SJTA number 14 now, please?
Before we leave that document, you said it was a State Water Board document. Is it a from a State Water Board exhibit, or?
No, it's a State Board document that was produced in another matter, and it's labeled at the bottom.
Okay.
But it's going to be our exhibit, so.
Thank you.
Sure. SJTA 14. And you can scroll down on this one if you want. I think it's highlighted. I'm only interested in this section. You may be interested in others. Have you had an opportunity to review that, Mr. Lehigh?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the complaint that was lodged by the State Water Project contractors with the State Water Resources Control Board?
Yes, generally I am, yes.
Did the Department of Water Resources supply information to the State Water Project contractors that form the basis of this complaint?
Not that I'm aware of.
Would you agree with the statement that the State Water contractors are injured by south of San Joaquin diverters because approximately 100 to 300,000 acre feet of their unlawful diversion causes the jointly operated SWP, blah, blah, blah? Would you agree with that they're illegally diverting 100 to 300,000 acre feet in the Delta?
I'm not familiar with the specifics of how these numbers were developed.
Okay. Do you know if, as part of the petition that was made for this petition, if the modeling assumed that the illegal diversions would continue to be met, or was there modeling done to cut the illegal diversions off?
Yeah, it is a modeling question.
If you know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you know if the department has a position regarding whether or not the diversions that occurred in 2014 and 2015 were in fact illegal diversions in the Delta?
I think there was some question about it. I don't think we've taken a position specifically on this. At least I'm not aware.
Now, as a project operator, so if we're moving forward in time, if your understanding is that people were taking your water illegally, then you, as the project operator upstream, have to do one or two things. A, cut them off, or B, continue to release water to meet their demand and then meet your outflow demand. Is that correct?
I'm going to object to this set of questions on the under relevance. I'm not sure what the hypothetical about a future enforcement action on in-Delta use has to do with the California WaterFix, and if we could constrain the questions to maybe what the assumptions are under the modeling and how we treat in-basin demand, I would have no objection to that. But when we get into calls about illegal use of water, we haven't asserted any complaints about illegal use of water at this time, and I don't think it's necessarily informative to what the witnesses are testifying about.
Mr. Laughlin?
Well, that's a shocking statement by DWR's attorney from...
No commentary, please. Just provide your rationale.
Well, so here's the deal. If they're making a petition to the State Water Resources Control Board and they have assumptions in their baseline conditions on how they're operating now and how they're going to operate in the future, one of the key components of that is in-Delta demand. And since we're here talking about injury to legal users of water, one of the things that we have to understand is how does DWR view these? Well, the State Water Project contractor views them as illegal. I don't know how DWR views them or reclamation. But can you imagine? I mean, this is an additional 300,000 acre feet of water, which could have serious impacts both on upstream operations and downstream operations. And I'm just trying to understand what is the basis of the petition. So if they're not going to release water for those people in drier years, then we need to know that. And if they are, great.
All right, Mr. Laughlin, I will allow the question. Please answer to the best of your ability.
Well, I mean, DWR cannot curtail these folks. This would be the job of the water board, perhaps. So again, this is a modeling assumption, and I don't know exactly what those assumptions were.
Okay, so I'll ask the modelers that, but here's my question for you. As an operator, as you operate today, though, you operate to meet the Delta outflow demand that's set in the requirement, and if that water is taken in the process, rightly or wrongly, you have to make up for it in order to meet your outflow demand as an operator, correct?
Yes, we are operating to meet the water quality control plan objectives. We think our responsibility is only to meet other diversions that are legal in the system, but we don't have control over whether only legal diverters are taking water.
One more quick question. When the modeling assumptions were done, is it your understanding, or do you know, how the water being released to meet delta outflow is treated in the modeling?
I'm sorry, in what respect?
Sure. Does the modeling try to recapture or control the water that's being released for delta outflow? Maybe I'll ask it.
Recover the water that's being used for delta outflow?
Right. Well, let me ask it a different way. You release water from your upstream reservoirs that is rediverted at Jones and Banks, correct?
At times.
At times, yes. Exactly. And as part of your criteria, when you're releasing water, a component of that goes to delta outflow, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
it can, yes.
it can, yes. Okay. Now, when you're, because there's natural flow that may occur and other things and other people's releases that all contribute to delta outflow, but there may be times when you're releasing water to meet delta outflow. Okay, so here's my question. When you're releasing water to meet delta outflow, does DWR try to recapture that water downstream?
The water that's released for outflow is
Yes.
out the Golden Gate. There's no way we can recapture that water.
Can we throw up SJTA number 8, please? Actually, I have a question for Mr. Anderson. So, look at Mark feels left out. Okay, Mr. Anderson, real quickly, we've been talking about flows and unimpaired flows and talking about, 80 years of hydrology. So I put up on the screen for you some work we've done on the Stanislaus River showing the breakdown of hydrology by year types based on the last 180, 40, and so forth. And you'll notice that in the last 40 years, it starts getting drier. The last 20 years, it gets a little more dry. And then unfortunately for all of us, in the last 10 years, it gets even drier. Is there any opinion you could render about whether or not the trend that we're seeing on the Stanislaus River would comport to the your general understanding of climate change in the San Joaquin River Basin?
No, from the standpoint that California has the largest year-to-year variability in terms of both precip and hydrologic outcome. And to determine long-term trends that rise to a sense of statistical significance becomes very challenging because of that large variability, because you compare trend to variability. And when the variability exceeds a trend, it becomes difficult to attribute.
What do you call a statistical variable that's significant?
Oh, so that's actually a mathematical criteria using your choice of methods where the value of the trend is compared to a test value at a certain what's called level of significance, either 5% or 10%.
Right.
And the test determines whether or not that trend outweighs the variability within the system. And what that implies is that the trend could possibly be related to variability on scales of decadal or longer. in the system rather than a long-term trend. And while we've seen long-term trends in both systems that relate to the timing of flows, we have yet to see long-term trends that we would identify associated with climate change, associated with a declining flow over the year.
Do you know, as far as the modeling that was done for, and I'll focus on the San Joaquin River side of things, do you know if the modeling done for the San Joaquin River side of the hydrology for the California WaterFix included a climate change scenario for hydrology?
I understand that there were climate change scenarios employed, but I was not involved in them, and there'll be somebody on the modeling panel that was.
And so if I asked the modeling panel, they'd be able to tell me what they looked at as far as what their understanding of the hydrology would be, when the runoff would occur, whether it occurred later or earlier, and temperature, those types of things.
They would be able to tell you how they treated that, yes.
Okay, great, thanks. So do you, well, I'll ask the modeling, sorry. I was going to ask, never mind. Can you throw up SJTA number 15, please? And scroll down. So this is an excerpt from Maureen Sargent's testimony, DWR 53. I forget the page number. It's marked. Lines, there you go, page 11. Okay, lines 10 through 15. If you could read that, Mr. Lehigh and Mr. Milligan. Have you had an opportunity to review that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Milligan first. It states here that such water users do not have a right to stored water releases. But the thing that's interesting to me is that it says that since there's changes, although there may be changes in storage level or releases, these would not injure legal users because it's my understanding that it's going to be stored water released at all times. So it implies that only stored water is being released from the upstream projects at all times after water is stored or moved or through the system. That's just not correct, is it?
If I follow the question, is obviously there's water that is, Mr. Lay, I testified to earlier, water that is coming in and being passed through, if you will, and then there's some periods of time where there's maybe some slight reoperation of the timing of that released water. So there's water that's released that may not fall into the category of, quote, previously stored water.
Thank you. Would you disagree with that statement, Mr. Lehigh?
No, I don't know the exact context of this particular statement in the testimony, but I think a big part of this is that I think that, well, I won't speculate as to this is talking about settlement contractors, but the commitment is to the deliveries to these folks, not necessarily the storage of water.
Okay, so let me ask again. Do you disagree with Mr. Milligan's statement in regards to this?
Well, what I heard him say that at times deliveries are made from storage withdrawals, and at other times it's delay of passing through unstored flow. That part of his response I was listening to.
Okay, and then the third component you left out was inflow that's coming in that may not be regulated at all. That's just by
Yes, that could be part of the picture as well, yes.
So do you know if DWR has done any analysis that based on the California WaterFix petition, what water would be released from its upstream reservoirs at any given point in time due to the WaterFix project that may change from stored water releases to other water releases?
I'd have to give that some thought. Offhand, I couldn't say.
Okay, thank you. Real quickly, Mr. Milligan, is it your understanding that the Central Valley project is specifically required to meet the salinity requirements at Vernalis?
Yes.
Okay. Is New Maloney's reservoir required to meet the interior delta salinity standards? Reclamation's permits, if you know.
The exact linkage to exact permits, no, not off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you. How is water from the Tuolumne and the Merced rivers that is currently being released pursuant to FERC treated after it passes Vernalis? And that's for you, Mr. Milligan.
Treated is probably, treated in the modeling or let's say day-to-day operations?
Day-to-day operations today.
It would be viewed as just water, abandoned water in the system from the purposes of coordinated operations between the CVP and the State Water Project.
Okay. If we could throw up SJTA number 16, please. So starting right there, it says, this is SJTA number 16. This is a California WaterFix change petition excerpts. This is page 11 and 12 from the petition. If you can scroll to the next page. Thank you. So I have some questions on this. If you'd scroll back up to the preceding sentence. This is, did you draft this petition, Mr. Lehigh?
No.
So it says consideration of this petition under Water Code 85086C2 should occur within the existing regulatory framework provided by D1641. So is it your understanding that the appropriate delta flow criteria is D1641?
All I know is that's part of our, that's the assumption as part of our petition.
That the appropriate delta flow criteria includes D1641?
Our petition includes D1641.
No, I know that. But what I'm trying to understand, though, I understand your petition has D1641, it has OCAP, it has this 200,000 acre-feet spring pulse flow requirement, it has unmet, unknown requirements for this reconsultation and all this other stuff. But what I'm trying to understand right here is what you're trying to say as far as it says the consideration under the existing regulatory framework of D1641. So does that mean that the department views appropriate delta flow criteria as D1641, or is it D1641 and something more?
I don't know what the department's position is as it relates to the water code section stated there.
Okay, so who from DWR is going to testify and tell us what the appropriate delta flow criteria are as part of the petition? If you know.
I don't know.
Okay, so far we just, have you been present for the other witnesses that have testified, Mr. Lehigh?
For some.
Okay. I haven't heard in any of the written testimony or anything so far a position by the department as to what the appropriate delta flow criteria is. Have you?
I have not.
Okay. Well, so my question is, it's a requirement, your understanding it's a requirement of the law, right? To have this appropriate delta flow criteria as part of the petition?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
If you know.
I don't know for sure.
Okay. Well, we're here, I'm having a hard time, so that I'm going to try to advise my client after we get done. Who's going to tell me what DWR believes is the flow criteria that's going to be met by DWR as part of the appropriate delta flow criteria?
I think the thought is that this would come out during the course of this hearing.
It's just going to pop up? When will that happen?
Mr. O'Loughlin, I think you're going to
I'm not being snide, but
you're not going to
I
get
am
much
kind of being
further
snide.
with him on this, and you
Well, no,
are running out of time.
No, there's a couple more questions I do have in regards to this, because I'm not trying to be snide, and I apologize, because I know you're trying to do your best to respond, and that was a cheap shot. But my problem, and I think everybody's problem as we sit here, is we're trying to grasp what is the flow component that we're supposed to be looking at, where that water's coming from, and how it's moving through the system. And quite honestly, this, whether you believe me or not, or whether you want to look at this, it does appear that appropriate delta flow criteria are part of the petition. In fact, they say in their petition that they're going to propose an appropriate delta flow criteria. You required them as part of the orders that they presented. So the modeling team ain't going to do it. So who's going to do it? I mean, and we're almost done with their case in chief. So I'm getting deja vu here from another proceeding that just recently occurred, where we're down this track and nobody's come forward to tell us what's the elephant in the room. What is it that you're trying to do here? That's all we want to know. That's all we're trying to determine. If they just tell us it's 5,000 CFS for 31 days and it's at this point and that point, we'd all be fine. But we're sitting here in the dark. And he can't testify to it, and I understand why. But how am I supposed to put on my case in chief if I don't know what the criteria
And now is not the time to make your arguments. Go ahead and ask your questions.
Okay, I'll ask my question.
But again, you are running out of time, and repeating the same questions again will not get you a different answer, I believe.
I understand. I just have, and thank you for your indulgence and your time, and I know that was a statement rather than a response, and I appreciate
So
that.
I can strike it from the record?
If you'd like, that'd be fine. So scroll down to the next part, please. So this section now says, this clause says that flows presented by alternative 4A. So we know what those are, and those are beyond those required by D1641. It says satisfy the appropriate delta flow criteria to be considered by the board. So are all the is it DWR's position that all the 4A alternatives, all of them, satisfy the appropriate delta flow criteria?
I'm going to object here. I'd just like to put on the record then a standing objection to Part 2 issues in Part 1, and that would go to the basis of what is considered under 85086C2.
All right, it's noted, and the witness has already said he did not prepare this material. So just
If he can answer it.
answer to the best of your ability. If you don't know, you don't know, and then I'll ask Mr. O'Loughlin to wrap up.
Well, I don't know, but I understand that the whole scheduling of Part 2 was to follow the issuance of the BIOP, and that would help inform what the initial flow criteria would be, as within the range, within our range as proposed.
So if I may, one follow-up on that. So then it's your understanding, and I appreciate that response. So at a later, when the BIOPs are issued not only for the long-term operation of the CVP, which may change, but also for California WaterFix, that may fall within 4A.
Our expectation is that the BIOP that we're expecting on California WaterFix will fall within 4A, yes. As testified to by Jennifer Pierre.
Perfect. Okay, so this is good stuff. So what is DWR's position if NIMS and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service do not give you a BIOP that falls within 4A?
That's not our expectation.
No, I realize it's not your expectation, but unfortunately, like the 200 to 300,000 acre feet this summer was not your expectation. So if it's outside of your 4A criteria, what is DWR's position vis-a-vis this petition?
I don't know.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, panel. Thank you, Hearing Officer Doduck and Marcus. Appreciate it. Yep, all done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Loughlin. It's been a pleasure, as always. I believe we're now up to group number 25. How much time do you think you'll need? Thank you. Please begin when you're ready and identify yourself for the record, please. Your microphone is not on?
Hard to tell when you're up at the microphone. I'm Peter Milianich. I'm an attorney for Solano County. I'm grouped with Contra Costa County for purposes of cross-examination with, my understanding is that they're not going to have a representative here for cross-examination of this panel today. Good morning, gentlemen on the panel. So I have just a couple questions for you. It'll be a lot shorter than Mr. O'Loughlin, and they're related to what I'll call governance of the decisions made as part of real-time operations and also adaptive management. So understanding the hearing officer's admonition to be efficient, I'm going to ask some pretty direct questions, but I'll just trust that if you need any context or to refresh your memory from any of the other exhibits or testimony, you'll let me know. So my first direct question is, how, if at all, will the real-time operational decision-making process proposed as part of this project include the participation of my client, Solano County, or any of the other 4 Delta counties? And Mr. Lehi, you can answer that first if you'd like.
Well, by the real-time operations, I think you're referring to the a number of the criteria as part of this project are similar to the current implementation of the BIOPS with regards to Olden Middle River flow criteria. I think what's envisioned here is a very similar process, which is number of fishery work groups feeding information to a management team with regards to conditions that would affect delta smelt, for example, or nymphs of species. Those various work groups would feed into the management team, which would consist of essentially the projects and the fishery agencies. And to set the appropriate, there would be recommendations on setting the appropriate levels of fishery protection, and with the final authorities resting on those fishery agencies that have the authorities to set, that have the charter for protection of the various species. And so my understanding that would be a similar type setup with WaterFix.
Is that your understanding as well, Mr. Milligan, that essentially how this real-time operations team works will be the same with the project as without?
I'm not aware of, with the current proposal of the WaterFix, that there would be a significant change.
As the real-time operations team works now, does that include the Delta counties? Do they participate in that process?
No, they do not.
As the institutional embodiment of millions of Delta residents, is it your opinion that they should?
Well, this aspect of the operations really has to do with implementation of the Endangered Species Act and 2081 permitting for the state. So I think the appropriate folks are involved in that.
So it's your understanding that the Delta counties wouldn't have the expertise to participate in that process?
There are other groups that also inform this management team, which would include other stakeholders. So, for example, there's a what's called currently Delta. I forget the name. Delta Conditions team, and so that does include that would be an opportunity for other folks to be involved in providing input into the process and to what appropriate levels of operations could be. So there is an opportunity for non-agency representatives to give some input into the process.
Are the state water contractors involved in this process more closely than just on the Delta Conditions team?
I believe the Delta, so yeah, certainly they are involved in the Delta Conditions team. And I'm not aware of any other aspect as far as their involvement.
Okay. Are you aware of any requests by the Delta counties in the last 3 to 4 years to participate more closely in the real-time operations team related to the operation of the projects?
Objection, relevance.
Your rationale?
We can withdraw that one.
Thank you.
Mr. Milligan, is your understanding the same as Mr. Lehigh's?
Same objection.
He can withdraw that as well. I guess what I meant to ask Mr. Milligan is my earlier questions related to the composition of the coordination team or the real-time operations. Does that reflect your understanding as well?
Yes, but I think I would probably expand on it a little bit. There are a lot of things that feed into the ultimate operations of the projects that go to, let's say, individuals contacting reclamation about concerns on river flows or lake levels or conditions in the delta that we take into account. There are a number of teams that have been formed somewhat formally within the construct of our biological opinions to help inform us on particular aspects of operations that are very specific to fishery concerns. So, I think reclamation has had a pretty long-standing desire to solicit input, and particularly when parties want to formalize that in a certain way, we find the right place to put it without necessarily a most efficient way to do that. Obviously, with our specific contractors, of course, there are going to be times where we talk and coordinate our operations to decide what flexibility they may have within their needs that will help facilitate us in the operation. Ultimately, reclamation has to make the call on how we operate the Central Valley Project, and Department of Water Resources has to make the call at the end of the day as to how to operate the State Water Project when you take all this stuff into consideration. So that's the day-to-day operational piece. And kind of the ultimate bottom line is you do get a lot of input, and there's a lot of things happening in this system on a particular day, and sometimes they're conflicting, and we need to figure out a way to kind of minimize that as best we can.
Okay. I'd like to ask you a very similar question about the proposed adaptive management process for potentially changing the operational criteria. Proposed as part of this project, is that going to include the Delta counties?
That I don't know, at least as it relates to myself. My understanding, and this is maybe somewhat terms that are used maybe within the WaterFix arena, is that the adaptive management discussions are more, they wouldn't be happening as, very seldom would they occur within the course of a particular season. It would be a series of things to think about how to change the criteria for the operations as we move forward. So it's a little bit out of our real-time operations realm and has a lot of science, feedback, analysis, and adjustments as you go forward. So I don't know what that process will ultimately entail, and haven't been that close to how that has kind of crystallized over the latest version of what's proposed.
You don't have any sense of how you or your office would participate in that process?
Probably in the question of, does something need to be changed? Let's assume something would need to be adjusted, or there's a thought it should, because of, let's say, the response of the species or the system from an ecosystem standpoint is responding, for example. So there may be a question of, does something need to be adjusted within the adaptive management range? I think the operators would then be asked, for some of their insights as to how to make changes, and then what would be a implementable approach to get a different outcome. And that would probably be where the operators would have some input, but we're not there actively monitoring the species to collect the data that would be informative to the adaptive management range.
And you wouldn't be comfortable speculating about what the other parts of the process would look like apart from your role?
I'm not, no.
Mr. Leahy?
No, I don't have anything to add to what Mr. Milligan described.
No plans to include the Delta counties in that adaptive management process?
Well, I can't speak for the adaptive management process. Our involvement would be limited to the extent that Mr. Milligan talked about in terms of implementation of any new criteria that comes out of the adaptive management process.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think that's all I have for you. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Group number 26. is not here. 27. And I can hear you. Yep. Actually, maybe not.
There's a green light and a bright green light. So now we have the bright green light. I say good morning to the board staff, and the panel. I'm Matthew Emmerich. I represent City of Antioch in these proceedings. I've just got a few questions. If I could, I would like to maybe start off with having DWR errata page 19 put on the screen, if that's possible. DWR 4 errata page 19. Okay, these are going to be questions for Mr. Lehi. This depiction in your PowerPoint shows the compliance stations for 1641. Is that correct?
It shows a subset of the compliance locations, yes.
These are in the Western Delta, is that correct?
That's correct.
And of the 3 stations shown there, the only one that is used to determine M&I standards is Contra Costa Rock Slough, is that correct?
That's correct. Of the 3 shown there, Contra Costa Rock Slough is the only M&I.
And if I could have State Water Resources Control Board 21, page 181 displayed. This is going to be D1641, and I'm going to be looking for its State Board Exhibit 21, page 181. Page 181, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. And Mr. Lehi, this is it not a description of the standard, the M&I standard for compliance with D61, D1641?
Yes, this is the table that deals with the M&I standards within D1641.
And if I'm not mistaken, that standard allows it to be met both at Rock Slough or at Antioch, is that correct?
That's correct.
Have you ever attempted, in the time you've been with DWR, to have met the D1641 standard at Antioch?
No, we have not. We have, in place of that, we have a contractual agreement with Antioch where we compensate them depending on what the actual water quality conditions turn out to be.
So if I was to say to you a question that say, in the time you've been with the Department of Water Resources, you haven't operated to meet the M&I standard at Antioch because of the existence of the contract you have with Antioch. Is that correct?
Well, we don't attempt to meet it because it's, for one, it's not, we're not required to meet it per D1641. The requirement is one at either location, and typically it would be much less costly in terms of water supply for the entire system if we meet it at Rock Slough.
Correct. So it would be more costly than asking the opposite question to meet that standard at Antioch. Is that correct?
That's correct.
For the WaterFix project, do you have any plans to change that situation to try to meet D1641 M&I standards at Antioch?
No, and to my knowledge, we would continue to have the existing contract in place as well as far as compensation.
Do you know when that agreement with Antioch expires?
Offhand, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection if I told you it expires in 2028?
Yeah, I didn't recall the date.
Maybe I could have the staff, if I could ask, to put up DWR Exhibit 310. And if I could have you scroll down. Okay, so we're looking at what is an extension of the agreement between DWR and the City of Antioch. This is DWR Exhibit 310, and under Item 1, under the heading Agreement, Article 1, says that there shall be no termination effective prior to September 30th, 2028. Are you familiar with that extension, that date at all?
I think I was aware there was an extension, but the specifics I didn't recall.
You weren't involved in the negotiation of that extension?
I was not involved in.
Do you, if I was to ask you to generally describe the terms of the agreement between DWR and Antioch, the original agreement, which I believe was dated 1968. Could you briefly tell me what your understanding of that agreement is?
Objection, best evidence rule. The agreement speaks for itself.
Well, as an operator, do you have any?
Yeah, I was going to say, Mr. Emmerich, rather than going over what the agreement says, if you could just ask the question of the witness in terms of what you're trying to get to in bringing up this agreement.
Sure. The purpose of the agreement, is it not, is to compensate Antioch from harm from the operation of the existing DWR facilities. Is that correct? Is that your
I think you
understanding?
covered that already, so let's move on.
Okay. Do you know what the term of compensation is for the City of Antioch under that agreement, the 1968 agreement? Do you have an understanding?
I know there is a formula that's used to determine what the compensation is for any given year.
Would it refresh your recollection if I told you or said that compensation compensated City of Antioch for 1/3 of the harm to its water supply?
Objection, best evidence rule.
So saying,
I'm just asking if it refreshes your recollection.
Mr. Emmerich, again, We've established is there's an agreement. We've established that it is in effect through September 30th, 2028. We've established that the witness is actually not familiar with the details of this agreement and was not involved in its negotiation. So please move on.
Thank you. If TWR is meeting M&I requirements at Rock Slough, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're meeting them at Antioch. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You should have objected, Mr. Berliner. I would have sustained you.
I'll give him that one.
Are you familiar with an agreement that was entered into between Department of Water Resources and Contra Costa Water District approximately March 24th, 2016?
Only very generally.
Okay. From an operations standpoint, for the upcoming WaterFix project, is there anything specifically or in particular you're going to have to do in order to meet the conditions under the new CCWD DWR agreement?
Yes, my understanding is that we would be conveying some water for Contra Costa from one of the locations would be the North Delta diversion point, perhaps.
Do you know what the quality of that water is required to be under the agreement?
I don't recall offhand.
Would it refresh your recollection if I told you it was 30 parts per million?
I don't remember the number.
With respect to what you know about the WaterFix project and the North Delta diversion, would it be possible to make a diversion at the North Delta diversion facility such that you could convey water of the quality of 30 parts per million to Contra Costa Water District?
I haven't done any analysis on that.
Are you aware of any other agreements that have been entered into that may affect the operation of the WaterFix project in the last year or so?
I'm not aware of any other.
Is it your opinion that overall the WaterFix project will reduce reliance on the Delta from an operational standpoint?
No, I don't think that's my understanding.
When you're testing for salinity, it's primarily based upon chloride levels, is that correct?
For the M&I objectives, it's typically in terms of chloride.
Right. You don't specifically test for bromides, is that correct? At least at Rock Slough, is that correct?
Specifically, we don't look at that constituent because it's not one of the water quality control plan objectives, and we're focused on meeting the water quality control plan objectives in operations.
Does DWR look at bromides for its own diversions at Clifton Court, Forebay?
I believe we have some readings for bromides at Clifton Court.
And why would DWR test for bromides for its own water diversions, if you know?
I don't know for sure. I think it is a constituent that is of interest to M&I users.
In determining your conclusions today about, or in your testimony about compliance in the future with D1641, Did you consider any of the following projects in coordination with the WaterFix project? The South Delta Improvement Program?
No, I don't believe that's not part of the assessment.
Do you know whether that program is still proposed or not?
I'm actually going to turn over to my colleague here who is more directly involved in that program.
Thank you.
The South Delta Improvement Program is on the back burner, so to speak. It's not dead, as some people might think. We continue to install rock barriers in lieu of permanent gates, but the gates aren't off the table. There are some regulatory requirements that we had to meet under the long-term operations BIOP that we've been working on, and will eventually be completed. And at that point, the department will have to make a determination whether they want to continue moving forward with operable gates or some other alternative.
Okay. But for the purposes of your testimony, Mr. Lehi, you didn't consider the South Delta Improvement Program, is that correct?
That's correct.
How about the Two Gates project?
That was not considered, no.
How about the 3 Mile Slough permanent gate?
No.
Is there anyone on the panel that knows whether or not those programs or projects are still proposed? They're still on the websites, including, and I might just get to it, the Frank's Track project also.
The right people to answer that aren't here on the panel. But the Frank's Track project, the preferred alternative is the 3 Mile Slough gate, but I don't know the status on that, whether that's going forward or not.
Okay. But for the purpose of your testimony, Mr. Lehi, you didn't consider any of those projects when making your conclusions that the WaterFix project would be able to meet D1641 standards?
It was not included as part of the modeling, no.
And then I have one question for Mr. Milligan. Mr. Milligan, are you aware of any agreement or contract between the City of Antioch and the Bureau of Reclamation that would provide mitigation to the city for any of the operations from the Central Valley project?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Emmerich. Group number 28 is not here. 29 is not here. Mr. Brodsky, we got to you. Group number 30. And as you're coming up, Mr. Brodsky, assuming that your cross-examination will take more than half an hour, keep in mind that I would like to take a lunch break sometime after noon, so I'll leave it to you to suggest a good breaking point for your cross. How much time do you anticipate needing?
I anticipate 1 hour with a possible request for a half-hour extension if we're being fruitful.
Okay. Well, if you can finish by 12:30, then we won't need to take a lunch break, but if not, then we will take a lunch break. Okay. We will take a lunch break, we just won't break up your cross-examination is what I meant. A little incentive there.
Okay. Good morning. Michael Brodsky on behalf of Save the California Delta Alliance. And I'd like to direct my first question to Mr. Lehi. It's Lehi is the correct pronunciation, right?
That's correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Okay, in your written testimony at page 18, lines 4 to 5, You say that allocations to SWP water supply contractors were 35%, 5%, and 20% of requested demand for the years 2013, 14, and 15, respectively. And I just want to ask a couple questions to understand exactly what those amounts are. And just to assure the chair, I'm not going to lay a lot of foundation in my questioning, but just a couple right now, and then after that, I'm going to be very direct. So am I correct in understanding that DWR operates the state water project and holds water rights, and you deliver the water to various contractors, public water agencies throughout the state under long-term supply contracts?
Yes.
And those agencies that you deliver to are what you're referring to as water supply contractors in your written testimony there at line 4?
Yes.
And the water supply contracts specify amounts of water to be delivered to the contractors?
Well, there's a maximum amount of supply that's been contracted for.
Okay. And that maximum amount of supply that's contracted for, is that what we refer to as full contract amounts?
Yes.
And in recent years, the State Water Project has not had the ability to deliver full contract amounts very often, if at all.
That's correct. At very low percentages over the last 3 years.
So is the 35%, the 5%, and the 20%, is that percent of full contract amounts, or what is that percent of exactly when you say requested demand?
Yeah, that is the percent of requested demand, although the requested demand is typically about the same as the full contract amount.
Okay, so roughly.
Roughly.
And is it true that there are a number of regulatory constraints that have contributed to your inability to deliver full contract amounts in recent years?
Yes, regulatory constraints have had certainly some impact on that capability. The drought has been probably the bigger driver within the last 3 years.
Okay, and then prior to the last 3 years, would you say that the bigger driver was the regulatory constraints?
It varies from year to year as far as, yeah, it depends on the year.
Okay, the regulatory constraints are a substantial impediment to delivering full contract amounts. Would you agree with that in some years?
Yes, they certainly are part of the constraint to delivering the full contract amount.
Okay, and one of those regulatory constraints is the requirement that you reduce, or even in some cases completely stop pumping at the South Delta points of diversion when the Delta smelt are present.
Well, it's not that specific, but generally implementation of the buy-up for Delta smelt will impact our export capabilities from the South Delta, yes.
Because you have to reduce, or you can divert less water at the South Delta points of diversion because you have to observe the constraints on the Delta smelt.
Yes, that's generally correct.
Okay. And another one of the regulatory constraints, is it correct that the fall X2 that's imposed by federal biological opinions is a constraint on delivering full contract amounts?
Yeah, so that is one of the actions as part of the Delta smelt buy-up. It's not implemented very often. It's only implemented in above normal wetter years, and there's actually only been one of those since the new Delta smelt buy-up was adopted.
Okay, and so can you explain what fall X2 is?
Yes, so fall X2 is an action in the 2008 Delta smelt buy-up that has as an objective higher flows in the September, October, November period that relates to X2 position in the Sassoon Bay.
And X2, so if, correct me if I'm wrong, X2 would refer, the X term is the distance in kilometers traveling on the eastward on the east-west axis upriver from the Golden Gate Bridge. And 2 is the point where near bottom salinity reaches 2 parts per thousand.
2 parts per thousand, correct.
Right.
Yeah.
And so if X2 equals 70, that means, and that's basically where it reaches 2 parts per thousand is basically where salt water gives way to fresh, is that correct?
Well, it's one metric as to how to define that interface between freshwater and saltwater.
Right. So if I'm in my boat and I'm traveling upriver from the Golden Gate Bridge, if I go 70 miles and then I reach the point, I drop my meter down into the water and it's 2 parts per thousand, then X2 is equal to 70 at that point. Is that correct?
Essentially, that's the idea.
Right. And so if X2 were, and the way that you meet X2, in other words, we've got this line where essentially salt water is giving way to fresh. And if we specify, for example, that X2 is equal to 80, then that line is farther upriver. That saltier water is then allowed to move farther into the delta. Is that correct?
The higher the number of the X2, the further the salt water is allowed to come into the delta, yes.
Right. And so if you have a regulatory requirement that X2, say, has to be at 70, let's just say, for example, and at that moment, it's actually at 80, the way you would push it 10 miles out to sea, in other words, to make the delta fresher, is that you would release more water from your upstream reservoirs.
Well, we would either reduce our exports or increase releases from upstream, or a combination thereof.
And so meeting that X2 requirement competes with exports.
It can, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, and so is it correct that one of the project objectives of CWF is to restore the ability of the SWP to deliver full contract amounts?
I believe it's to restore our, I can't remember exactly how that objective is stated, but something along those lines.
I'm not trying to trick you, so let's take a look at it. It's SWRCB 3 at page ES5.
While we're taking that pause, if we could just correct the record that X2 refers to kilometers, not miles.
I meant to say kilometers. Thank you very much. That's SWRCB 3 at page ES5. And I believe that's one of DWR's exhibits. And then if we can scroll down a little bit, there's a project objectives is there. And then among the list of the project objectives, the last bullet point on the page, there we go, restore and protect. Restore and protect the ability of the SWP and CVP to deliver up to full contract amounts when hydrologic conditions result in the availability of sufficient water, et cetera, consistent with regulatory constraints and all other requirements. And that's yes. That is still a project objective?
Yes.
Okay. So by moving the point of diversion away from the South Delta, in other words, moving it away from the south, from the smelts range, that contributes to achieving the project objective of delivering full contract amounts. Is that correct?
Well, the modeling would indicate that that's correct for some of the scenarios that are being analyzed, but not necessarily all of them.
Which scenarios is it not correct for? Yeah, can I strike that and ask, is that correct for between H3 and H4?
It's correct for H3. H4, it's not clear on what that will do to SWP capabilities. Essentially, the modeling shows that combined SWP, CVP deliveries are about equal to the no action alternative.
Okay. Could we put, just to aid this testimony, that I believe it's page 10 of DWR1, the slide that has the H3 and the H4 and the boundary 1 and the boundary 2? I'm going from memory. I think that's it. There it is.
Just for the record, we called up DWR1 errata, page 10.
Okay, thank you very much. So just to recap, a moment ago you said operating at H3, moving the point of diversion away from the smelts range does contribute to the project objective of delivering full contract amounts.
Yes, the modeling shows that there is an increase in CVP, SWP delivery capability versus the no action alternative under H3.
And then with that, as we move towards boundary 1, which is toward lower outflow, as we move toward boundary 1, is that also true? That moving the point of diversion contributes to the, away from the smelts range, contributes to the project objective of delivering full contract amounts?
Yes, I believe that's true for boundary 1.
Okay. And as we move toward boundary 1, there's less outflow.
I think generally, yeah, generally that's true, is my understanding. Depending on the time of year maybe, but I think generally that's true.
Alternative 8 is the high outflow. That was based on the State Water Board's comments. That was the high outflow scenario. And then boundary 2 was, you didn't think you could quite get to alternative 8, and then boundary 2 was as close as you thought that you'd possibly ever get to that high outflow. Is that correct?
Yeah, generally that's how this chart is laid out, that higher flows are going to the right in terms of the different scenarios.
Okay, good. Then could we take a look at page 15 of this same exhibit? So at boundary 1, which is the lower outflow end of the range, we see that fall X2 is eliminated. In the column under fall X2 it says no. Is that correct?
Yeah, I see that, yes.
Okay, so when we're operating at boundary 1, we have no fall X2 requirement.
That's correct.
Okay, and then can we go back to page 10? So where between H3 and boundary 1 does the X2 get eliminated, if you know?
Well, those are two discrete scenarios, so I don't know if I don't believe there's a continuum in between the two. It's essentially on or off in terms of fall X2 between the two scenarios.
So it was my understanding that, you know, through the soon-to-be unveiled adaptive management program, that you had hoped that the project could operate anywhere on a continuum between boundary 1 and boundary 2. Is that not correct? Or you're saying that there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, there's only 5 possible operating scenarios and nothing in between?
No, I think that characterization is generally correct, that the adaptive management process could move the operating criteria between boundary 1 and boundary 2.
So the operating criteria could be a little 10% to the left of H3 at some point.
This is really just a schematic, general representation. Yeah.
But it's very useful if cross-examiners come back to it. So.
All right.
Do you know who prepared this slide?
I don't.
Okay, it's a good slide. So what I'm trying to ask is, since under adaptive management there's a range of possibilities and we might be operating anywhere between boundary 1 and H3, we don't know where between there fall X2 would get eliminated?
Well, so these different scenarios aren't looking at just fall X2, they're also looking at Old and Middle River flow criteria. They're looking at numerous criteria, so it's kind of hard to pick out just one specific criteria and say where it lands on the chart.
Okay, so just to summarize and then I'll move on. We know at operating at boundary 1 there would be no fall X2. At H3 there would be a fall X2, and we're not quite sure where it goes away in between those.
Well, it could be part, through the adaptive management process, it could be a requirement of the projects, or perhaps not, or perhaps something in between the current requirement. Some partial implementation, let's say.
Okay, but at boundary 1 on your chart you show that it's eliminated. Under fall X2 you say no.
That's right, that's the assumption for boundary 1.
Okay, and the elimination of fall X2 contributes to project objective of restoring full contract amounts, is that correct?
Project supplies are sometimes needed to meet the fall X2, and so that would offset other uses of that stored water. Yes.
And I believe that the fall X2 is a key driver of project operations, is it not?
Fall X2, I wouldn't say necessarily it's a key driver of operations. It certainly has an effect, but I wouldn't call it a key driver.
Could we take a look at SWRCB 104?
Mr. Brodsky, do you have a page citation for SWRCB 104?
3-83.
Thank you.
And then if we can scroll down a bit. So it says there are two key drivers of CVP SWP operations, fall X2 and spring outflow, as well as many of the individual operational components described below are designed to adapt to developing scientific information as a consequence of the level of uncertainty associated with those criteria. So my understanding of that is that since fall X2 is a key driver, or at least that's what this, you don't have to agree with that. Certainly, you're the operator of the project. Do you agree with that?
Well, in this context, I agree with it. It's because it's referencing the two actions that are being toggled, if you will, as part of the scenarios.
Right.
So in this context, I would agree that it's one of the two drivers.
Okay. And eliminating it contributes to the ability to restore delivery of full contract amounts. We already said that. I don't need to repeat that again. Okay. All right, so I'm going to move to a different lining of questioning. I just want to know, do you want to stop for lunch, or do you want me to take the next module?
Well, do you still think you can finish by 12:30?
I don't know. It just depends on how fast it goes.
What are your remaining lines of questioning?
I'm going to look at his exhibit DWR 411, which showed the operational flexibility added by the North Delta intakes. I'm going to look at impacts on downstream flows of the North Delta impacts. I'm going to look at the project's ability to provide enhanced flexibility in operations. And I'm going to look at the feasibility of certain conditions that might be imposed with regards to operations.
Let's go ahead and take our lunch break then.
Okay.
We will resume at 1 p.m.
And then I'm also going to go to the climatologist. Has anybody questioned the climatologist yet?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
But I'm sure he'll look forward to your questions.
I don't want him to feel lonely up there.
Thank you.
right.
1 o'clock. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's 1 o'clock and we're back in session. Before we resume with your cross-examination, Mr. Brodsky, I understand there are some questions on procedural matters. Maybe they're not.
I could ask one.
Mr. Brodsky.
So in regard to your remarks this morning denying the extension request, you said something about the rebuttal witnesses. Is it correct to understand that a party who cross-examines in Part 1A but does not put on a case in chief in Part 1B may call a rebuttal witness in Part 1B?
Let me turn to counsel.
It's my understanding that the rebuttal witness is really a function of cross-examination.
Correct. But
I'm very sorry, but I missed the question.
A party who cross-examines in Part 1A but does not put on a case in chief in Part 1B, may they call a rebuttal witness at the conclusion of Part 1?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Jackson.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm sorry I was cutting up in the audience. The procedural question I have is that a number of questions have been asked today that will substantially limit or reduce my cross-examination and I'm up after Mr. Brodsky.
I'm very glad to hear that, Mr. Jackson.
The problem, as was pointed out to me by smarter people than me, is that by relying on those questions and answers, if a party settles out, is that testimony going to remain in the record?
Yes, it is.
Then it's going to be a shorter cross-examination.
And I like my answer even more. Thank you. There was a question, I believe, regarding whether we would get to the modeling panel this week. My answer to that will be no. I think we'll need today as well as part, if not all of tomorrow, to go through the cross-examination of this panel. In the event that we do finish this panel early tomorrow, I'll ask the petitioners to have your final member of the engineering panel available for cross-examination before we begin the modeling panel. I believe he is back and available now.
He is back and available, and for purposes of bringing him back, what we had considered was bringing him along with his panel members back in order to provide the public with the fullest opportunity to get an answer to their questions, such that we don't end up in a situation where he also says he doesn't know and the questioner feels as though they would want to have asked something different to the remaining panel members.
So you're proposing to bring the entire engineering panel back, but have questions be directed specifically to your last member unless others can answer?
Unless the last member isn't able to answer and it would inform the board to have an answer given by one of the other panel members. And we'd hope that the questions for the missing panel member would be limited to those topics raised the other day during the cross-examination, which would be geotechnical, flood, and earthquake.
All right, thank you. Again, please have them available as early as tomorrow, but definitely before we get to the modeling panel.
Okay.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Brodsky, please resume your cross-examination.
Thank you. So let's see, let's go on to the next topic, and if we could see DWR 411. And Mr. Lehi, did you prepare this slide?
Yes, my staff prepared it at my direction.
Okay.
Yes, my staff prepared it under my direction.
Again, it's a good slide. We may disagree with some of the contentions, but it's a good representation of what you're trying to say. So is it correct that you're demonstrating in this slide that an additional 1.2 million acre feet of diversion would have been possible during this period of time if CWF had been in place as opposed to what existing conditions are now?
Yes, just to clarify, if CWF had been in place and operated under scenario H3.
Okay, very good. So does that mean that 1.2 million acre feet less water would flow in the Sacramento River downstream of the North Delta diversions?
Yes, what's depicted on the graph is the reduction in delta outflow in the dotted blue line is a result of the additional diversions associated with the WaterFix H3.
And so those additional diversions occur at the new points of diversion near Hood on the Sacramento River, far upstream of where the existing points of diversion are.
Yes.
And so then downstream of those new points of diversion, there would be 1.2 million acre feet less water flowing down the Sacramento River because it would have been diverted. Over that period of time.
Yes, it's hard to say that it would be the entire 1.3 when you say down the Sacramento River. It certainly would be less outflow, and much of that would be as far as less flow down the Sacramento River. Some of that flow would have made its way cross Delta through, say, Georgiana Slough, 3 Miles Slough, through the tidal action. But most of it would probably have resulted in reduction in Sacramento flow.
Okay,
Sacramento
well,
River flow.
let's just maybe to make sure we're clear, take a look at do we have a good slide that shows the position of the intakes? Can you recall offhand?
It is probably part of Jennifer Pierre's PowerPoint. So DWR 1 or 2? 2?
Okay, so if we look at DWR 1, page 8.
This is DWR page 8 of the corrected errata version. So
I only have the old version.
Page 7 of the errata.
That's it. So we see in the upper left-hand corner there, the 3 orangish dots are the new intakes. Is that correct?
Yes. If it pleases the board, if you scroll up to the first copy of page 7.
There we go.
Okay, second copy, yeah.
Right, thank you very much. And so we've got intake 2, intake 3, and intake 5, and we're heading downstream from intake 2 towards intake 5 is going downstream, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so immediately downstream of intake 5, there would be 1.2 million acre feet less water flowing in the Sacramento River at that point over the period demonstrated in your slide 411.
Yes, immediately downstream of intake 5.
Right, and some of that 1.2 million acre feet, if it had not been diverted, would flow down the Sacramento past Rio Vista. Some of it would go through perhaps through the Cross Delta Canal. Some of it would head down Steamboat Slough. Some of it might head on Minor Slough.
That's right.
To go various locations in the Delta.
Correct.
Okay, great, thank you. So is it correct then, as a consequence of meeting the project objectives, that less water will flow in the Sacramento River downstream of intake 5 when CWF is in place?
Yes, I think generally that's correct.
Okay. And would you agree that that constitutes a substantial change in delta flows compared to existing conditions? In other words, as CW, let's be specific, I suppose, operating between H3 and H4, that the fact that there'll be less water flowing down the Sacramento River, and we just discussed that some of that water would have gone down Steamboat Slough, some would have gone down the Sacramento River, it would have found its way to various places in the Delta. Will that constitute a substantial change in Delta flows?
Well, during the time periods that the North Delta diversions would be operated, it would have to be under higher flow scenarios. So it wouldn't be to the degree, I guess it depends on the word substantial. So it would kind of depend on what the actual conditions were at the time. As my example illustrated, the additional diversions as it relates to water quality in the delta, there was very little effect, if any, during the period of time when the diversions were would have been utilized under this hypothetical operation for this spring, for example.
And so you picked one period of time that was at a period of high flow in the spring to give your demonstration.
Yes, and there probably wasn't anything that was that far outside the norm that we would see in a typical year as far as higher unregulated flows occurring in the winter-spring period. That's often the case.
Okay. So it's my understanding that over the course of operation of CWF over, many years, as it's proposed, obeying its operating rules with all regulatory standards in place, that it will, if it's operated as it's allowed and towards the project objective of restoring full contract amounts, that it will cause substantial changes in hydrodynamics throughout the delta. Do you agree with that?
It will change them to some extent. I think the testimony is it will not inhibit our ability to meet the water quality control plan objectives, however.
Okay. All right. I'd like to take a look at the draft BA. I think that's, let's see. That's SWRCB 104.
As a point of clarity, SWRCB number 104 is the final BA.
That's the one I'm referring to.
Thank you.
I think, how should we refer to that, Mr. Bloom? I think it's the revised draft BA is what you're calling it?
I believe you can refer to it as the submitted BA.
Submitted BA. Okay, the submitted BA. And if we could look at page 3-83 of that document. That, just up a little bit. So that paragraph, that last paragraph beginning with operations under the PA, which is the proposed action, California WaterFix, may result in substantial change in delta flows compared to the expected flows under existing delta configuration. Would you agree with that?
To the extent that substantial is a kind of a qualitative description.
Okay.
Sure.
All right, thank you. And then on my thumb drive that I provided to the projectionist, item number 7, if we could take a look at that. And this is the aquatic science peer review that was commissioned by CWF proponents. And if we can turn to page 3. The first sentence at the top there. The new water dual conveyance facilities proposed as part of CA WaterFix project would create substantial changes in the aquatic environment of the lower San Joaquin and Sacramento rivers, the delta and downstream estuarian areas. Would you agree with that?
Again, it's a very similar statement as the last one that you just showed, and again, the substantial is a subjective term.
Okay. Then if we could turn to page 15 of this document. Scroll down under 2.1, up, yeah. The panel believes the PA will create more than an incremental change to the Bay Delta system. It will affect major changes in hydrodynamics and associated transport throughout the system downstream of the North Delta diversions with uncertain consequences for fish and their critical habitat. So this uses terms different than substantial. It says major changes in the hydrodynamics. Would you agree with that?
Well, this document gets to the effects on fish and wildlife of the project, which I'm not prepared to talk to as part of this part of the hearing. In terms of the M&I and agricultural uses, because of the fact that we would continue to meet the water quality control plan objectives, I wouldn't necessarily see, I don't see the changes as being significant in that regard.
Okay. So I'm asking you specifically about the major changes in hydrodynamics, not their effect on fish or their effect on M&I uses. Hydrodynamics are the way the water flows through the delta. The rate it flows, what the flow patterns are, the timing of flow. Is that correct? Do I understand the term hydrodynamics correctly?
Sure.
And so without worrying about who it's going to affect and how, do you agree that there will be major changes in the way the water flows throughout the delta downstream of the new intakes?
I'm going to object by definition of Mr. Brodsky's question. I'm going to object by definition of Mr. Brodsky's question. He's removed it from part one. So if it's not relevant to part one, I object on the grounds of relevance.
Mr. Brodsky?
I'm going to get to whether it injures legal users. Right now I'm just trying to establish the fact that the North Delta intakes will substantially affect the way water flows throughout the delta, and then I'll take it one step at a time after that.
Okay, let's get there. Mr. Leahy, sorry. Please answer.
Well, again, I think there is a qualitative term here, major, and I think major effects, it depends on the context on what kind of effects you're talking about. So I think it matters in what context you're talking about changes to hydrodynamics.
Do you think that it'll have major effects on the rate and timing of flow downstream of the intakes in the Sacramento River?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. I'd like to turn your attention to let's take a look at page 3-84 of the submitted BA.
Excuse me, do you want to mark this for identification?
Item number 7 in the flash drive.
The last item, number 7, that you had on your flash drive?
Number 7, I have the entire document, and I would like to offer that into evidence at the conclusion of my cross-examination. So
But let's mark it for identification purposes.
Would it be SCDA1 or?
Okay.
Is that good? Okay.
Sorry, what was the designation?
SCDA1.
Thank you.
Okay, so if we could go scroll up to the top of this page. Well, actually, yeah, there, that's good. So this is bypass flow criteria for the operations of CWF. Is that correct? Is that your understanding of what this document is portraying?
Yes, that's what it looks like.
And is it correct that the way bypass flow criteria works, that it's an operating rule or restriction on CWF that you have to allow a certain amount of water to continue flowing down the Sacramento River after the new intakes have diverted whatever they're going to divert?
That's correct. And in fact, if the flows are not reaching a certain threshold, there would not be any diversions from the North Delta diversion point.
And there are different rules for different times of years and and depending on what upstream flow is, and you apply the algorithm, and that basically would tell you how much you're allowed to divert at the new intakes.
That's correct.
Okay. And so we've got there the third hollow bullet pointing down in the first box. It says, no, you don't need to scroll down. Yeah. July, August, September, minimum flow of 5,000 CFS required in river after diverting at the North Delta intakes. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, I see that.
All right, so it's my understanding then that during the months of July, August, and September, the rule is that you may not divert more water at the new intakes than will allow at least 5,000 CFS to continue flowing down the river after the diversion. Is that correct?
That's what it appears to say, yes.
Okay. All right. Well, is that your understanding of what the project rule is?
Yes, and another document that would be good to look at as a better visual might be from one of the exhibits from the modeling panel, which essentially puts this same information but graphical form. If we wanted to pull that up.
Well, I'd like to continue with my line of questioning
Sure.
and put it in context. So it's your understanding the rule is you got to leave at least 5,000 cubic feet per second in the river during July, August, and September. Just
yes.
Restate. Okay.
Yes.
Then I'd like to look at page 3-86 of this same document. And down at the bottom of the page, there's a footnote 19. And 19 says the PA operations include a preference for South Delta pumping in July through September months to provide limited flushing flows to manage water quality in the South Delta. Have I read that correctly?
Yes, I believe so.
And so it's my understanding that it's not a requirement that you pump from the South Delta, but that the authors of this document have acknowledged there would be some value to that, and there's a preference for it, but it's not required.
Well, indirectly it would be required because we would need to maintain some sort of pumping in the South Delta in order to meet the water quality control plan objectives further down in the system. So to bring some of that fresh water, ensure that some of that fresh water that's coming through the cross channel makes its way to meet M&I objectives further south along Old and Middle River. So it would be required indirectly.
But it's not required by the operational rules of the project. You're saying that it would be required because you would have to meet D1641.
Correct.
But the operational rules of the project do allow diversions at the North Delta intakes during July, August, and September under that 5,000 CFS bypass flow criteria.
North Delta diversions would be allowed in the summertime as long as we're meeting that criteria.
Okay.
All the criteria, including the water quality control plan.
I'm sorry?
All of the criteria, including the water quality control plan objectives.
Okay. So I'd like to take a look at number 12 on the flash drive. This is very small print. Let me see if I have a copy I can give you. So this is a printout from USBR's website for the Freeport gauging station, which is, and it's correct that the Freeport gauging station is just upstream of where the proposed new intakes will be?
Yes, it's upstream.
Okay. And this shows that for August 8th, 2016, I thought I was going to be cross-examining last week, so I picked a date last week. For August 8th, 2016, the flow of the Sacramento River at Freeport was 19,747 cubic feet per second.
Yes, that's what the report says.
Okay. And then I'd like to go to number 13 on the flash drive. Can you scroll up? There. So that's a handmade graph, and I'm showing the Sacramento River flow. As the 19,747 cubic feet per second as the top horizontal line. And then the bottom dashed line as CWF Sacramento River flow at 10,747 CFS. And what I'm representing there is that you're meeting the 5,000 CFS bypass flow criteria. You're leaving at least 5,000 cubic feet per second in the river. And the capacity of the tunnels is 9,000 cubic feet per second. So under that bypass flow rule, you could do that. You could reduce the flow of the river by 45%. Is that correct?
I'm not sure that is correct. I think there's other criteria in terms of percent of reduction, because that 5,000 rule is not the only, that's not the only constraint. So we'd have to look at the full criteria. And that actually is one place where the diagram that I was referencing earlier might be helpful, because it incorporates all the criteria into one chart.
Are those criteria you're referring to operating criteria of WaterFix or D1641 or other constraints?
Of WaterFix, and specifically the North Delta diversion criteria.
And can you point to where that criteria is that would prevent that scenario there?
Well, the document I'm referencing is in DWR 5. And I believe it's page 25.
Ms. Morris? Actually, your microphone's not on.
Before we move off the handmade graph, I don't think it was marked for purposes of the record. And I think it's important to mark it so that when we're looking back the record, we can see what the questioner is referencing.
We will go back and mark it for identification. So this would be SCDA 2, and then the handmade graphic would be SCDA 3.
Could you repeat the page number again?
Yes, I believe it's 25. Yes, so this is a diagram that incorporates all of the criteria into one lookup table, if you will. So across the x-axis is the Sacramento River flow upstream of the proposed delta intakes, and the y-axis would be how much flow would have to remain in the river downstream of the intakes under the various criteria.
And this is what you're relying on to say that my handmade graph would be prohibited by CWF operating rules?
Well, I guess what I'm suggesting is we should take a look at what this diagram says, since it's more comprehensive in taking into account all of the different criteria, because it's fairly complex criteria for the North Delta.
Okay, can I point out that this says Sacramento River proposed December through April and does not apply to the summer months I'm referring to? And may I also say there are no other restrictions other than the 5,000 CFS. And the reason for that is that these other restrictions are imposed by the fish agencies, because the spring pulse flows and the fall X2 and all those other times of the year are critical for the fish. But in the summer, there are no fishery requirements. So that's why there's very little restriction on what the North Delta diversions can do in the summer. Would you agree with that?
It's possible. I wasn't involved in the development of the criteria, so I can't speak for sure as far as what was considered as far as any summer criteria as it relates to the North Delta diversion project.
Well, you're in charge of operations, and I'm representing to you that there's no CWF criteria that would prohibit. Could we go back to the handmade chart? That's SCDA 3, I guess we're calling it. There's nothing in the CWF, I'm representing to you that there's nothing in the CWF operating criteria that would prohibit this scenario. Can you point to anything to show that I'm wrong about that?
Yeah, offhand, I cannot. I think a lot of the modeling panel were involved in developing that criteria. They may have a better understanding as to exactly what the requirements would be for the summer period.
Okay. Then I'd like to go to, but you're not aware of anything.
I'm not aware of it.
This is incorrect.
I'm not aware of anything at the moment, no.
Okay. Then I'd like to go to number 14 on the thumb drive. And let me give you a copy of that.
So we will label this SCDA number 4. Is my addition correct? Okay, number 4 for identification purposes.
Okay, so this is a historical data of Sacramento River flow at Freeport at the same gauging station. And I've underlined August 9th, 2014, which showed 10,138 cubic feet per second as the flow of the Sacramento River at Freeport. Are you able to see that on the copy I've given you?
Yes, I'm able to see that.
Okay. And then I'd like to go to number 15 on the thumb drive.
Which will be marked as SCDA 5.
And if we could scroll down. There we go. So the handmade chart again, the top horizontal line is showing the actual flow of the Sacramento River as 10,138 CFS. And then we're showing the CWF Sacramento River flow as 5,000 CFS. And what I'm doing there is I'm applying the 5,000 CFS bypass flow rule. So although the capacity of your intakes is 9,000, you've only taken 5,138 because you have to leave 5,000 in the river. Would you agree that that's what I've depicted there on the chart?
That's what you've depicted, and I'm starting to understand now what I was missing and why we wouldn't be diverting that water under this situation or the last situation that you described. And that's, as I had mentioned, that we would continue to have to meet the water quality control plan objectives, which includes the salinity and outflow requirements in the summer period So if we diverted that water, we would not be meeting those objectives.
Okay, so let's talk about that. Let's go back to the first example, and let's apply D16. Let's apply D1641 to both of these charts. Let's go back to the first chart first, which had the higher flow. I believe that was number 3.
SCDA 3.
So on this chart, after I've applied the bypass rules, we're leaving 10,747 CFS in the river. And is it your testimony that with 10,747 CFS flowing down the river, you couldn't meet D1641?
Without making some other adjustments somewhere else. And we'd have to take a look exactly what the mix was as far as South Delta diversion at the time.
You might have to reduce exports to meet D1641 is what you're saying.
Well, we wouldn't be reducing exports.
I'm sorry,
They'd be
you would have to
diverted from a
reduce
different
South
location.
Delta. Right,
Yeah.
okay. Withdraw the question.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm sorry, I got you off track, my mistake. So is it your testimony under this scenario leaving 10,747 CFS in the river that you could not meet D1641? And I'm sorry, your answer was?
Again, we'd have to look at the comprehensive picture as far as what we were diverting from the South Delta diversion point. It's possible that there could have been some, the more optimal operation could be some additional diversion from the North Delta diversion point, but then we would have to reduce the South Delta diversion point by probably a similar magnitude. And it's probably be a fairly complex as far as taking a look at which salinity standards we were having to meet at the time, and trying to evaluate which would be the better location for the actual diversion to feed the exports.
Well, let's talk about those standards in detail one at a time. But first, this is showing you're diverting 9,000 cubic feet per second. That's a lot of water to be diverting. That's toward the high end of what you ever divert, isn't it?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
Is that
It indicated that he couldn't necessarily divert this.
Mr. Brodsky, I'm trying to follow your line of questioning here, and your specific question to Mr. Lehi was whether or not this 10,747 would achieve the water quality standards. And I believe his answer was he wasn't sure because it depends on a lot of other factors.
Okay.
So where are you going next?
So let's follow that. So the water quality standards, we saw a few moments ago, and we can bring it up if we need to in the draft BA, that two of the key drivers of flow requirements are fall X2 and spring outflow. Do you recall that?
Those are two of the key aspects that differentiate the various scenarios.
Right. So in the summer months, there's no requirement for fall X2, is that correct?
No.
And in the summer months, there's no requirement for spring outflow, is that correct?
No, there's not, but there are certainly driving criteria as it relates to salinity objectives.
Okay, so let's talk about salinity. So D1641 salinity objective at Rock Slough is a municipal standard. It's a drinking water standard, correct?
It's an M&I standard.
And it's chloride in parts per million, correct?
Yes.
And it is a stricter standard than the other agricultural standards in the Delta, which are expressed in terms of EC, is it not?
Not necessarily. Some of the EC standards for agricultural, it depends on the year type and the time of year. Some of those can require lower salinity thresholds than the Rock Slough standard.
Okay. I'm going to represent to you that the rock slough standard, in terms of the modeling that was done for CWF, if North Delta diversions are constrained during the summer, the thing that constrains them first is the rock slough standard.
And your question is?
And my question is, isn't it true that you've entered into a settlement agreement with the Contra Costa Water District?
Well, the premise of the question is incorrect.
You disagree with it? Okay.
I disagree with it.
Next question. Is it true that you've entered into a settlement agreement with the Contra Costa Water District?
That is true. The department has entered into a settlement agreement.
And that provides that if water quality standards at their rock slough intake become unacceptable, you'll provide them with other alternative sources of water?
No, that's not my understanding of the agreement.
What is your understanding?
The agreement does not change our obligations under the D1641 and the Water Quality Control Plan. The agreement, to my understanding, talks about the conveyance of flow through the WaterFix facilities under certain conditions.
To the Contra Costa Water District?
To the Contra Costa Water District, correct.
And it has nothing to do with their intake at rock slough?
Not necessarily, no.
I'm surprised by your answer. And we'll follow this up with the modeling panel, but I'll represent to you that it does allow them an alternative source of water, and the point of that is so that rock slough won't restrict North Delta diversions during the summertime.
And your question is?
And I assume you disagree with that.
I do not necessarily think that is the case, what you stated.
Do you know it's not the case?
I think the modeling would suggest, and my testimony is, that we will continue to meet the salinity objectives as we do today, even with WaterFix.
And continuing to meet the salinity objectives does not prohibit you from diverting the 9,000 cubic feet per second as depicted there.
Well, so the standard that does generally apply during this time period would be the Edmonton Jersey Point standards. And if we'd have to do some modeling or what have you, but it's unlikely that a sustainable 9,000 pumping rate, the North Delta diversion during this period of time would allow us to meet the Edmonton standards. So no, we would not. That would prevent us from diverting the 9,000 CFS as you represent here under the proposed project, because part of our proposed project is we will continue to meet the water quality control plan objectives.
How do you know that you couldn't meet the Edmonton standard with 10,747 flowing in the river as you sit there?
I didn't say I could. I said we'd have to do some analysis as to whether that'd be possible, but just based on experience, if we were diverting that large a flow and allowed the river to get that low, it's very possible we wouldn't, on a sustainable basis, it's very possible we would not be able to meet the Edmonton objective.
But you don't know that as you sit here?
I don't know that.
Okay.
For sure.
Another half hour?
And what are your remaining lines of question? I think we've exhausted this particular line.
I'm going to go to the testimony about the increased flexibility of the project. And I'm going to go to the conditions, whether there would be certain conditions that would be feasible. And I'm going to go to the impact of climate change.
Okay, well, all those three topics have been touched upon by other cross-examiners, so I would again ask you to not repeat. But if there's a particular avenue that you're exploring that's different in those
I
three
believe
areas.
it is different.
Okay, we'll go ahead and put another 30 minutes on there for you, but again, I encourage efficiency.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Okay, so may I ask, moving on to a different subject, one of the justifications for the project is that it'll add enhanced flexibility to the operation of the SWP and the CVP. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Would increasing exports in wet periods and concomitantly decreasing periods in dry periods be a good example of a possible benefit of enhanced flexibility?
Yes, I think generally that's true.
Okay. And I'd like to go to number 11 on the thumb drive. And to page 30.
So this would be SCDA number 6. I'm sorry, did you identify this document for the record?
This is a panel review conducted by Professor Jeffrey Mount and his colleagues on the Bay Delta Conservation Plan. It was submitted as a comment on the EIRS and is in the administrative record. And are we on page 30? If we could scroll down. Next paragraph down. One of the objectives of BDCP that is in line with those of the Delta Plan is to increase exports during wet periods and decrease them during dry periods when impacts on the ecosystem are greatest. In comparison to the no project alternative, the new facility appears to achieve the former to a modest degree, but it does not significantly reduce pressure on the Delta during drier periods. Would you agree with that?
I'm going to object insofar as the relevance of this document, since this comment is made in the context of BDCP, and we don't know the foundation for that statement because the BDCP involves a number of actions that are not part of this proposal.
Mr. Brodsky?
Well, the conveyance concept is the same, but the question just can simply be whether he agrees with that statement as to California WaterFix, as it's currently proposed.
Actually, help me understand, as currently proposed, the WaterFix is, is H3 and H4, or boundary 1 and boundary 2, and not being familiar with this document, Mr. Brodsky, to which alternative or scenario does this document refer?
This document refers to all the alternatives that were proposed at that time, and
Okay.
that they...
So would that be alternative 1 through alternative 8?
Yes.
Actually, I think the exceedance diagram that we had up earlier, in earlier testimony today, actually, if I remember correctly, showed under many of the scenarios a trade-off between lower exports in the drier years to higher exports in the wetter years. So I think actually that does show up for several of the scenarios.
Which scenarios are those?
Well, we'd have to look at that exhibit again, but I believe that was the case for both. I'm trying to recall, but I think it was for both H3 and H4. But I think H3 is the one I'm thinking about specifically.
Does California WaterFix contain any storage, increased storage component?
No.
Okay. If we could turn to page 22 of the same document. And under infrastructure constraints there, it says operations during wet and above average conditions are often constrained by available space to store water in this facility. Expanding potential storage, particularly groundwater storage, would have created considerably more flexibility in exports, particularly during wet years. Would you agree with that?
Object is vague. We don't know what facility this statement is talking about, given we haven't seen the context of the document.
I assume the facility is referring to San Luis Reservoir. At least
It's
in that
not
paragraph.
referring to any particular storage facility. I'm just asking Mr. Lehi if expanding storage capacity of the SWP and CVP would contribute to the flexibility of operations, would have created considerably more flexibility in exports.
Give me a minute to read this paragraph. I'm sorry, so what is the question?
You answered that CWF does not include any expanded storage. And I'm asking you if expanding storage capacity would enhance the ability, would enhance the flexibility of the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project to export more water during wet periods and take more pressure off the Delta during dry periods.
With California WaterFix or just generally?
Both.
There's probably some potential there. We're not fully utilizing the existing storage under current conditions.
Okay. CWF has a single focus, which is conveyance. Is that correct?
Generally, that's true.
Okay. I'd like to go to number 16 on the flash drive. And if we could go to page 4.
So this is SCDA 7.
Okay, I'll just read from the top there. In 2014, the California Natural...
Wait, Mr. Brosky, what is this document? Let's identify it for the record.
This document is called Challenges Facing the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. And the authors are Samuel L. Luoma et al. And I'm going to read this first paragraph that explains what it is. In 2014, the California Natural Resources Agency and the U.S. Department of the Interior asked the authors of this paper, as 4 former leaders of the Delta Science Program, to summarize the challenges faced by water supply and ecological resource managers in this critically important region of Northern California. So this was commissioned by the California Resources Agency and the U.S. Department of Interior. And then I'd like to read to you over in the right-hand column near the top, with water scarcity has come the awareness that problems are less amenable to traditional engineering solutions and that attempts at dramatic, simple solutions may intensify the risk of unexpected, if not catastrophic, consequences. simultaneous attention to a portfolio that includes actions like addressing overuse and misuse of water and improving groundwater management and storage should accompany any necessary water infrastructure adjustments. So are any of those things, addressing overuse and misuse, improving groundwater management, and improving storage, a part of the California WaterFix?
Well, certainly the storage component, as I indicated, the current storages south of the Delta are capacities are underutilized because of the conveyance constraint. So to the extent that the California WaterFix is able to free up some of that constraint, it would allow us to more fully utilize the existing storages that are available south of the Delta to improve the overall water management capabilities of the system.
So you don't agree that additional storage is needed to improve the ability of the project to meet the co-equal goals of taking pressure off the Delta and improving water supply reliability?
I don't think it's necessary, no.
Okay.
We'd be able to improve.
Okay. I'd like to go to number 17 on the thumb drive. And if we could just scroll down a little bit, and this document is produced by the Delta Stewardship Council. It was adopted by the council, 19 principles for water conveyance in the Delta.
And this will now be SCDA 8.
And I'd like to read from you midway down the first paragraph. Says, new Delta conveyance infrastructure by itself does not create any new supplies of water. Improvements to conveyance and increases in storage capacity must be considered as an independent parts of the system, interdependent parts of the system, and be operated in a way that maximizes benefits for each of the co-equal goals by providing a more reliable water supply for California and restoring, protecting, enhancing the Delta ecosystem. So you do not agree that increases in storage capacity must be implemented to achieve the co-equal goals then? You disagree with the Delta Stewardship Council?
That part of the statement, yes, I do disagree with. I don't think there can be additional developed water supply as a result of just the California WaterFix without, it could be independent of any increase in storage south of Delta.
Okay, you're free to disagree. All right, I'd like to turn to another subject and go to SWRCB 25. Okay, so this is the 2010 flow criteria report, and let me say at the outset that the report proposes flows for the Delta that would be all the water that the fish would want if the fish had all their wishes and does not take account of beneficial use. Is that your understanding of what this report is about?
Roughly, that is my understanding as well.
Beg your pardon?
Roughly, that is my understanding as well.
And it proposes on page 5 here 75% of unimpaired Delta outflow from January through June.
I think proposes is probably not the correct terminology.
It states a criteria of 75% of unimpaired Delta outflow from January through June. That's on page 5. right there. And is that correct? Am I reading that correctly?
You talking about the first bullet there under 3?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then if we could go back to the slide, page 10 of DWR1. And it's your opinion that that criteria is not practical to achieve with CWF and also to meet reasonable beneficial uses. Is that correct?
And by that criteria, you meant the 75%?
Yes, the 75%.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Is it your opinion that meeting that 75% of unimpaired flow as delta outflow is not practical to meet with CWF and also have the ability to meet beneficial uses?
I think that we probably would not be able to meet all the objectives of the project by adhering to a 75% unimpaired flow.
Okay. And then on this slide here, we see alternative 8, which is just to the right of boundary 2, which is alternative 8 is a higher outflow scenario than what is being analyzed in these proceedings. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think generally that is the case, yeah.
Okay. And alternative 8 was based on suggestions of the State Water Resources Control Board that aren't quite as high an outflow as the 2010 flow criteria report, 75% of unimpaired flow, but alternative 8 heads in that direction more than WaterFix is proposing. Is that your understanding?
That's my general understanding, yes.
Okay.
And let's be clear, that was suggestions by board staff.
Thank you. Would additional storage capacity in the system give the SWP and the CVP more of an ability to operate towards alternative 8 and towards the 75% of unimpaired flow?
I don't think so.
Okay. Let's go to...
but I haven't analyzed it, so that's just my off-the-cuff response.
Well, do you know? I mean, I don't know is a perfectly fine answer.
Yeah, I think it's doubtful that, well, I'll go with I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to number 19 on the thumb drive. Okay, and then if we could scroll down.
And 19 is now SCDA 8.
9, I think.
No?
9.
It's 9? Okay.
Let's go to page 3. Okay, so this is a chart that was prepared by the Delta Science Program for the Delta Stewardship Council and was presented by the lead scientist at the Delta Stewardship Council's January 27th, 28th, 2011 meeting. And if we could just scroll up just a little bit. There. So the top graph is showing total inflow. And maybe if we can just scroll down a little bit so the witness can see the top graph. And that graph is representing that inflow comes in large spikes. In other words, we have brief periods of very high flow and then we return to a lower flow. Is that my interpretation of that graph correct?
Yes.
And is that generally your understanding of the way the hydrology in our region works?
Yes, that's generally the case.
Okay. And then if we could scroll up so we can see the bottom half of the graph. So that's showing over that historical period from 1990 to 2000 that 25% of total inflow into the delta was 64 million acre feet, and that the actual exports during that period were 47 million acre feet. Is that your understanding of what the graph depicts?
So it says 25% of the inflow is 64 million acre feet. Yes, okay.
Okay. And so what that graph is showing is that 25% of inflow is actually substantially more than was actually exported.
That's what it shows? Or is that's what it states?
Right. And isn't it true that the reason we can't meet a 75% outflow requirement is because our flows come in at a very high velocity for short periods of time, and we don't have the capacity to capture, convey, and store that water?
Yeah, the current issue is typically we wouldn't have the physical capacity to convey some of these high flows, these flashy events, and that fits right into the example from this year.
And wouldn't we need those storage also, though, additional storage to stay with, if we were to stay with 75% outflow, as that graph depicts, there's enough water in the system to meet export needs and maintain 75% outflow. Wouldn't we need more storage to be able to do that? Or I think you answered you didn't know.
Well, no,
Assumes a number of facts, not evidence.
Okay, let Mr. Lehi answer to the best of his ability.
Well, I think my answer was that there is a significant amount of unused storage capacity south of Delta. And so that would not be the immediate limitation, physical limitation. The current limitation is the conveyance to pick up these excess flows. And that's what the WaterFix project is trying to get at.
Okay. Let me turn to another subject. And maybe I'm not understanding you correct. I just want to verify you've testified in a number of places that you would continue to be able to meet D1641.
That's correct.
And is it your testimony that meeting D1641 then would establish that there's no injury to legal users of water?
As it relates to my testimony, that's how I reached that conclusion. Yes.
Okay, I'd like to turn to the flash drive and the two lower documents. There are two letters, 319, 2004. If we could open that letter first. And this is a letter from State Water Resources Control Board to U.S. Bureau of Reclamation and Department of Water Resources, dated March 19th, 2004. Go to page 2. The bottom paragraph on that page. Yeah, and it says there significant degradation may occur in the absence of violations of water quality objectives in cases where the degradation impairs a senior water right of water of a usable quality. Doesn't that say that meeting D16.4, don't you understand that to mean that meeting D1641 does not necessarily equate with absence of injury to a legal user? Or if you don't know, you can answer
Well,
you
this
don't
was
know.
an argument from Contra Costa Water District.
But this is, the letter is from the State Water Resources Control Board staff, Victoria Whitney, Division Chief, and it's her statement.
I'm going to object to speculative. The questioner is asking the witness to speculate as to what's in a State Water Board staff members' minds when they wrote a sentence about a legal conclusion they were drawing.
And Mr. Lehi may answer that he does not know.
Yeah, I don't know the specifics on what the conclusions were here.
All right, so
It was written.
is it true that you don't know that meeting D1641 necessarily equates to no injury to legal users of water?
Objection asked and answered.
Well, I testified as to what the basis was for my statement in that regard, but I'm not the legal expert, so I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
I'm not sure we marked this for identification. It would be SWRCB 10. SE, you mean SCDA 10? Yes, sorry.
Okay, I'd like to go back to DWR1, page 10. As far as the feasibility of conditions that might be attached to a permit, we've got alternative 8 there at the high outflow end. If conditions were imposed that required you to reach alternative 8 over time, not immediately, but let's say over 20 years, would that be something that would be feasible to implement?
Objection calls for speculation.
And Mr. Lehi may answer that he does not know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know whether it would be feasible or not. That'd be a policy call.
Well, I'm operationally feasible. In other words, what would be the restriction? You operate the projects, and I've asked you a number of times if additional storage would allow for more flexibility, and you've answered no. And so I'm asking you, alternative 8 is a much higher outflow scenario. If there were additional infrastructure, in other words, if the board imposed a requirement that you've got to get to these higher outflow standards over time, and that might force you to build additional infrastructure over time, can you conceive of a way that it would be feasible to get there?
I can't answer that question.
Okay. All right, I'd like to ask the climatologist a couple of questions if I could.
You're on, Mr. Anderson.
Yeah.
So are you familiar with a discipline of recent origin called extreme event attribution?
I'm generally familiar with it.
Okay, and so extreme event attribution is trying to figure out if a particular weather occurrence like a drought is linked to climate change or is just something that happened on its own. Is that roughly correct?
Roughly.
Okay. And so have you studied whether the recent drought is linked to climate change or not?
Not myself directly, no.
Okay. Do you have any opinion as to whether the recent drought is an aberration or that those sorts of droughts are more likely to occur in the future because of climate change than they have been in the past?
I think climate change has the opportunity to change what is plausible evolution of a water year outcome. So what weather may occur in that arena. With warming temperatures, you change the dynamics of the atmosphere. And so it would plausibly have an impact there.
And it might make these kind of droughts more likely? Yes.
That's
yes
a hard
no,
conclusion to come to. I mean, whether or not they're more frequent or not depends on which aspect of the drought you're trying to drive at.
Well, I'm just trying to find out if these kind of, I mean, we had a severe drought. I'm just trying to find out if you have
We
any
had a
opinion.
severe
as
drought in '77 as well.
Right, so I'm just asking your opinion. Is there likelihood that those kind of things are going to recur more frequently in the future? Is it more likely or not? Or
I don't think there's sufficient information to make that statement.
So you don't have an opinion one way or another on it?
My opinion is I do not think there's sufficient information to make that statement.
Okay. All right.
That statement would be purely speculative. You do not have scientific backing to
I wasn't
support that.
suggesting it
all
was
right,
true. I was
all right.
asking you.
Next question,
Okay.
Mr. Brodsky.
All right. Are you familiar with the precautionary principle?
No, I'm not.
Okay, the precautionary principle is essentially that if some action might cause environmental harm, until it's proven that it won't cause the harm, we won't engage in the action. And it was suggested...
Objection. There's no consensus on that definition. That might be Mr. Brodsky's definition, which is fine if you want to ask a question on your own definition, but to suggest that this is a universal definition without any foundation is improper.
Okay.
Your question, Mr. Brodsky?
Let me ask it a different way. Applying extreme caution, would it be prudent to allow for the fact that droughts may become more frequent and more intense in the future?
I think it's prudent to be able to manage different volumes of water over different time periods to the extent that we understand which extremes may occur and how we might manage through those extremes.
Well, you didn't answer my question about making an assumption about droughts, though, at all.
Well, drought is a dry extreme, and then you're managing a small volume of water, but within that small volume of water, you may have pulses of a large volume of water. So it depends. Again, you're asking about drought as a general construct, not as a specific facet, be it the lack of snowpack, which changes the timing, versus within that water you're having an atmospheric river event which provides excess flow over a shorter time period. We've seen both those in this past drought, and there's no reason to believe that pattern might not continue in the future. That part we do understand.
Okay. All right. Can I take just maybe 3 more minutes?
Okay.
Okay. So, blue-green algae has been a problem in the Delta this summer, and I'm going to read you from the Discovery Bay Press article about blue-green algae.
So is that going to be SCDA 11?
11.
And it says there are several reasons the algae is so bad in the Delta this year, including low rainfall over the last 4 years, several weeks of temperatures hitting more than 100 degrees, light winds, and excess nutrients in the water. So the part about temperatures hitting more than 100 degrees, is that something that's more likely to happen in the future than has been in the past due to climate change?
It's possible, yes.
Is it likely?
That would be an expectation. Likely to me, you would attach a certain probability to. To me, that's hard to say because I haven't looked specifically at the Delta's history of reaching 100 degrees in the summer and looking at its delta in the future.
Well, my understanding of the way the climate changing is that there's global warming, that temperatures are expected to increase in the future.
Warming on average. Okay, so average, so you're averaging over a year, and with the climate models, they're averaging over a 30-year period. So if you're looking at an individual event, within a year you have warming both in the different seasons, and you have warming from the standpoint of low temperatures not being as low as they were, as well as some highs being higher than they were.
Would it be
the stronger signal has been in the lows.
For planning purposes, would it be reasonable to assume that we're going to have more 100-degree days in the summer than we've had in the past going forward over the next 10 or 20 years?
I think it would be prudent to look at projections and see what they say.
You don't have any opinion as to whether
You're saying whether, without being able to look at the projections and determining whether or not that threshold is met more frequently, whether I have an opinion that that should be considered. My opinion is that you should use the science to inform that decision.
But you don't have any opinion as to whether that threshold is more likely to be
I
met
have
in
not
the
looked
future?
at that specific issue.
So you don't know?
Correct.
And you represent yourself to be a climatologist, and you have no opinion about whether or not we're going to have more hot days because of climate change?
No, you gave a specific threshold, sir.
Do you have any...
Okay, all right. Mr. Rotsky, wrap
Okay,
this up.
that'll conclude my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson, you're up next, and you tempted me earlier with the notion that you'll have a very short cross-examination. How long do you think you'll need?
Well, first, I'm going to do the majority of it, and my colleague is going to do a specific part of it.
Okay. I'm only asking for planning purposes. I need to give the court reporter a break.
I think it will be, I have 3 clients. Instead of 3 hours, I'm asking for 1.
Okay, so if you're asking for 1 hour, then let's just take our 15-minute break now, because I don't want to break us up later. So let's resume at 2:40.
We'll move over. And it's time we'll just exchange.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, it is 2:40, and we are back in session. If I can have my witnesses back up here. Mr. Jackson, please begin.
Thank you. I'm going to start with Mr. Milligan, if I could. Mr. Milligan, you had a chance to review the testimony of Mr. Lehi?
Yes.
So some of the questions that I'm going to ask you come from his testimony.
Okay.
And could we put up the testimony for DWR 61, Mr. Lehi's testimony, and go to part 2. Or excuse me, page 2, top of the page. I have a different page too, evidently. Go to the first page. And now line 1 through line 6, which I have on page 2 of the testimony. When Mr. Lehi says his responsibilities include working with the United States Bureau of Reclamation to coordinate operations with the Central Valley Project, that's essentially the 2 of you and your staffs in the ops offices for the various projects?
Yes, we're both co-located at the Joint Operations Center.
All right, so you're actually all working together in one space?
Correct. We're both on the 3rd floor at the center.
I've heard the word knobs mentioned in regard to operations. Are you familiar with that concept?
Well, I've heard folks use the term. I think I know the context to which they use it. It's a day-to-day matter. Really don't think of it in that way, but I think I can relate to what they're talking about.
So assuming that a layperson who's asking you these questions is, do knobs include both storage facilities and operational infrastructure?
I guess I would call storage facilities operational infrastructure, but I think they may be release of water at a reservoir or a dam, potentially pump diversions in the delta, maybe something like the cross-channel gate operation. Some might even take that to mean close coordination with other diverters on the river, or coordination with other operators on other basins, perhaps.
A suite of options in order to try to operate the systems as best you can.
Yeah, usually in this context, using infrastructure that's currently in place, not let's do a planning study, or some other kind of resource study, but what can we do, who can we call, who might be able to effectuate some change that's needed at that moment.
All right. Is Trinity Reservoir one of your knobs?
I'll say it's one of our facilities, yes.
All right. Is some of the water that is later rediverted in the delta under the existing system, does it originate in Trinity Reservoir first?
I would say yes, most likely some molecule water that was developed under our storage rights at Trinity could find its way into rediversion in the delta.
There's been a substantial amount of discussion in regard to BIOPS, and by that usually people have meant the 2008, 2009 BIOPS of the National Marine Fisheries Service and the United States Fish and Wildlife Service as it relates to Sacramento River listed critters, correct?
I think I know what you mean. It means we have a NOAA Fisheries biological opinion from 2009, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service biological opinion from 2008, and they cover a range, particularly the NOAA Fisheries opinion covers a range of species. And some of those are in the Sac River, some on the American, some on the Stanislaus, obviously in the Delta as well.
And without getting into amounts of water for fish, because that's part 2, they are they do operate, they are beneficial uses, and they do operate as constraints in terms of water management, don't they?
Some could look at them as constraints. They certainly are a consideration in the day-to-day operation and may necessitate a different strategy to be able to meet multiple goals.
All right. Calling your attention first to the Trinity River. Are there constraints on the Trinity River that determine how much water can be diverted out of the Trinity system into the Sacramento system?
There are constraints. Obviously, the size of the diversion tunnel from the Trinity River Basin to the Sacramento would be a constraint. And then there are also other considerations like temperature management and storage considerations and operations to the Trinity River Restoration Program as an example.
All right. And it's my understanding that recently there has been a request for reconsultation in regard to the Trinity River Coho, as well as a request for reconsultation in regard to the Sacramento fish.
Our recent letter requesting reconsultation, we consult on the CVP as a whole, and we've done this in conjunction with the State Water Project as a whole. So 2 projects integrated in that sense across the whole part of the project. So we have not asked for reconsultation for just a particular river or reach of river or part of the project for the CVP.
All right. And there's a record of decision that limits the amount of water that you can take from the Trinity system into the Sacramento system depending on water year. Is that correct?
My familiarity with the record decision for the Trinity River program does not necessarily do that. It does dictate an amount of water in the spring that would be dedicated to releases for management of the program on the Trinity River. And there's a goal of a quantity, percentage of water that would be rediverted out of the basin.
Over the last 20 years, has the amount of water that is diverted out of the basin been going up or down?
I don't have, or I'm not aware of a specific analysis of that, but it tends to be in drier years that the percentage is higher, and a lot of that has to do with planning as it relates to particularly temperature considerations on both Clear Creek in the tributary to the Sacramento River, emanating from Whiskey Town, as well as cold water consideration on the main stem of Sacramento.
Have you determined whether or not the water coming from the Trinity River through Whiskey Town and through the Carr Tunnel is a higher temperature than what's released from Keswick, or a lower temperature?
What my experience has been, it depends on the time of the year. Earlier,
I'm thinking of the September or October.
Later in the season, it's probably many times is warmer than where our objective would be. But that's a time where the dynamics of within Whiskey Town are of a consideration, as well as warming all the way up into Lewiston Reservoir, just downstream of Trinity as well.
Right. For legal water users on the Trinity system downstream of Lewiston, would the California WaterFix projected operation H3 take more water or less water from the water users on the Trinity?
My recollection, it's been a little while since I've looked at some of the modeling results of this particular question, is that the flows and carryover storage as they relate to the Trinity would be very similar.
What is the carryover storage on the Trinity?
What does that term mean, or a numeric number?
A numeric number.
There's not a hard fast number, so it obviously varies by year. And I think the modeling output, and we've seen some of these exceedance plots, through the 80-year simulation from CalSim, it ranges from a very low number to what you might say higher. So that would give you a range of what the carryover would be, but there's no hard and fast number.
No criteria you need to meet.
That is correct.
So using that as an example and trying to go quickly, do you have a firm carryover story number in Shasta?
There are, I will say no, but there are some levels that are identified in the RPA for Shasta that talks about targets and the projections going towards that. And if you're going to be below that a particular target, then what types of actions we should be taking to help conserve storage.
Do you have a firm carryover storage number in Folsom?
No, we do not.
Do you have a firm carryover storage number in New Melones?
No.
Do you have a firm carryover storage number in Millerton?
No.
If you, why don't you have carryover storage numbers for operational purposes in your reservoirs?
Objection, relevance.
I want to know the answer to that. Mr. Milligan?
Well, we do not have a firm number at any of these reservoirs. We do have, let's say the starting point of a kind of average year, we've had average runoff. There are some ideas of where we'd like to be, but to have a firm number at a particular point could preclude us to respond to any of a number of unforeseen circumstances, prolonged drought. I think one question some folks asked was, let's say a summertime levee failure in the Delta, that you may need to make a release of some substantial volumes of water that could affect a carryover number. So obviously, it's not our rule of thumb to go down to dead pool. And all these reservoirs, I guess dead pool would be a mandatory number because you just couldn't get the water out of the reservoirs. But intuitively, there's a range of places where we think would be the appropriate carryover balancing out of storages amongst the reservoirs. A lot of things go into that. Refill potential comes into play. Relative fullness of the various reservoirs at a particular time also, and how can you potentially balance that as your water year goes forward, and what are the dynamics of the flood management operations you may see the coming winter.
So without such a number, how will my clients in the Trinity Basin be able to plan their future use of water if the major user on the river either increases or decreases the amount of water going toward the ocean on the Trinity?
I do not know. I'm not sure how they do it today. We don't have such a number today.
So did you examine what would happen on the Trinity to the legal users of water affected by the change from your existing operations, which some of them are not that happy about, to an operation that can move extra water in the Delta?
Well, our examination of this kind of is a parallel activity to what the potential fishery effects could be. And one of the things that we were looking at is what are the changes in carryover storage and the changes in the releases of water from the reservoirs, both in the quote no action or let's say current condition versus with the WaterFix facility in place with its associated criteria. And we saw very little change in the upstream operations associated with that.
And where would someone like me find that information for the Trinity?
I think that this was probably in a number of places. In the draft EIS-EIR material, that type of information was available. I'm not sure if it was in the modeling material that's going to be part of this proceedings. I know that we've seen some of these types of graphs. I don't know if we included the Trinity in that or not.
Well, for instance, you're talking about some draft environmental documents. Do you know whether it was the BDCP document or the WaterFix environmental document?
Well, I think from and I may be wrong. I'm not the one working on the NEPA part of this for reclamation, but the lineage of the BDCP document to the WaterFix is kind of the same document with some changes in recirculation. And I don't know what, in terms of the types of plots that were included, as to what's in the recirculated document. My hope is that that type of material would be there.
Let me, the Trinity is connected to Shasta, correct? Or to Keswick, at least.
You can follow a line from Trinity down to Whiskeytown, down to Keswick, yes.
And if I were following that line, at Shasta, how would my clients in that area know whether their legal water rights were going to be affected by the new facility in a circumstance in which you're now operating the water you've received from Trinity and the water you're releasing from Shasta? And I guess under the new plan, your plan is to catch the water out of Stillwater Creek and Cow Creek and Cottonwood Creek and export it from the new facility?
I think there's two questions there.
Okay.
I think
take it apart any way you want.
The first part, if I was asked a question by a senior water right diverter on the Sacramento River up close to the release point at Keswick, for example.
Henderson Cottonwood Irrigation District.
Okay. I would say what I've looked at in that regard is what is the carryover storage in the release pattern of the flows at Keswick and storage at Shasta. I probably would also have an eye towards what's happening at Trinity. So if we got into a cycle of dry years, have we kind of decreased the amount of storage up in those two reservoirs to the point that when you got to year 4 or 5 of a drought sequence, that all of a sudden we're not at a point where we don't have water anymore. And what it appears is that we're not, the existence of the new conveyance with the associated operating criteria does not seem to be aggravating it to the point where it's taking those storage levels down.
Well, let's perhaps dig into that a little. With the new facility, folks have talked about the potential of 1.2 million acre-feet of water being an additional export. Have you heard that number?
I've seen a number of 1.2 million acre feet from Mr. Lehi's presentation of a snapshot of if such a facility operated with the H3 criteria was in place this year.
All right, and H3 is one of the ranges of what you're asking for.
Yeah, yes, it's it's one of the ends of the primary range of where we think this would operate.
Well, thank you very much. That leads me to a question that has been occurring to me regularly through this particular set of questions, which is that you don't have a drought plan that would determine how Shasta and Trinity would share in year 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, do you?
Could you, I think I follow your question, but could you tell me what you mean by share?
Well, the two facilities in terms of delivering water to the Sacramento River from your northernmost facilities can be, your operational flexibility can allow you to juggle which place the water comes from, correct?
To a degree, given some of the constraints we talked about, to use that term.
Why isn't it possible or feasible for the Bureau to prepare a plan for droughts about how much water would come out of each of the facilities so that the other users in the area would have some way of determining whether the new project would injure them?
Well, I don't know if it's in the form of a drought plan, but I think that's the intent of the EIS-EIR, is to show under a range of operations how the projects, with the proposed action being the WaterFix, how those particular facilities would operate and the range of operations that are there. So it's not necessarily a drought plan. I think the intent of that type of document is to kind of talk about the array of how things could operate. The difficulty of a drought plan, and I think we've seen this in probably in both directions, is that not all the basins respond kind of in kind up and down. It's not always the same degree of impairment, if you will, within one basin versus the other. So particularly Trinity, which has a much higher snow runoff component element to its particular inflows versus Shasta, which is much more rain-driven, we can find ourselves many times with probably a unbalanced, if you will, when you get to June, for example, as to the state of how full we are with those two reservoirs. And one of the things that we'll do in the course of a season is try to get them a little more in balance as to what the refill potential would be going to the season ahead.
But the alternative to a drought plan for the reservoirs is a series of TUCPs, sort of emergency actions, isn't it?
I don't know that I would say that. I think the projects certainly are in how we've described how we would operate, particularly within we've had a number of opportunities to do that, whether it's our project description within our consultation packages or something as to the description of the no action in a year like this or this type of project, has tried to capture how we think we would operate through these extended periods. And if we were to take that and tease those out, we could kind of identify what some of the concerns would be. But what I think we've seen over the last couple of years within a drought context, which is a little bit outside of some of the modeling that's kind of been presented, is there's been some conflicting considerations that need some intervention. And some of this is kind of dictated by our biological opinion with no fisheries as it relates to Shasta, is that if the combination of storage and temperature capability on the river is at a certain place, then if that happens, start reviewing some other options to kind of help maintain the storage. So what we've seen, I think it's come up in some of our discussions, is that in fact, a year as dire or sequence of very dry years that we have had here over the last few years, we've actually seen higher carryover storages at Shasta than the modeling might have suggested, in that we would not have taken Shasta down to the very low levels like near Deadpool that some have identified because of intervention and the consideration of modified objectives in the Delta and keeping higher storage in the reservoir, and tried to work with as much cold water as we could.
This is, I guess, a hypothetical. Hypothetically, I would have looked at the historical record and determined that 60% of the years in the historical record were below normal, dry, and critically dry. Would that surprise you?
In the context of, let's say, Sac Valley, it wouldn't necessarily surprise me. That seems a little high, but that wouldn't necessarily surprise me as an actual descriptor of the water year types.
And probably looking back from the third or the fourth year of a drought in a circumstance like that, wouldn't it likely occur to me or to you that maybe we let go too much of the water in the first year and the second year, not knowing it was a drought?
Objection, relevance.
Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, the relevance of this is that, and I think it was fairly well established by Mr. Brodsky's cross-examination, that there are circumstances in the summer when you can, if you've got both of these facilities, you can move an awful lot of water out of storage. And I'm trying to figure out how we go about not ending up in an endless set of TUCPs if this thing is built.
All right, I'll allow that. Please answer.
Not to Blake, could you repeat your question so I make sure I'm answering the right question?
I can see you're a great engineer. That stops a lawyer every time. I will attempt to paraphrase my original question. In terms of looking at the operations both before and with the new facility, Mr. Brodsky showed that with the new facility, on certain times during the summer, you could operate the North Delta diversion and the South Delta diversion and end up with a higher level of export than you can with the existing facilities only. Wasn't that the result of the colloquy between the two of you?
Well, I didn't. That was between he and
I'm sorry.
Lehi.
That's true.
And if we're speaking to the two hand-drawn graphics,
yes, I am.
I didn't get a chance or didn't comment on it because I wasn't directly asked. I think that his representation of what could be diverted was a bit high in the terms of what the 2 years he picked out, or the times in the 2 August periods he picked out. His analysis or his depiction may have been what one set of criteria could have said you could have taken through that North Delta, but that didn't necessarily comport with actual exports that we had been having to deal with in the reality of those particular 2 years. So there was probably a great deal of overall Delta salinity management and outflow that probably would have dictated how much could have been diverted. And I think that would have required a lot more analysis.
Well, and could you point to me where the petitioners in this case did that analysis?
No, I cannot.
So
August
I
9th
get
of
right, right.
this year or last year.
So I guess I'm left pretty much where Mr. Brodsky seemed to be left, which is, how can I go back and tell my clients whether or not they're going to be harmed by this project with this level of uncertainty, let's say?
Well, I'll speak to the CVP. CVP with the project that's currently proposed has no additional capacity at the Jones pumping plant or increased capacity within the Delta Mendota Canal, or for that matter, a larger share of San Luis Reservoir. And many times in the wetter sequences of our hydrologic history, many times we've been able to use the previously stored water in the summertime and fill that capacity, if you will, on the CVP. And I don't know that would change. In the drier sequences, what the modeling is suggesting is that other than the example that Mr. Leahy had shown, which was periods of excess conditions in the Delta, the project would allow us to better manage the entrainment risk for Delta smelt predominantly, to pick up some more of that excess flow, which would actually help us in San Luis storage, for example. But it does not seem to be in any of the modeling that we're seeing large opportunities on the CVP to take water out of storage during balanced conditions and really leverage that to move water further south.
But throughout the testimony of Mr. Leahy and you, there has been the assumption that that the operational flexibility would allow different things than what the models would allow.
I think, well, there's probably two facets to that. One is an operational flexibility of north to south to be able to, going back to the formulation of this project with regard to the diversions in the north and the idea of doing dual conveyance, using that term, meaning you maintain your ability to divert in the south as well as the north, had a lot of utility in managing entrainment risk, both for Delta smelt and I think for Chinook salmon. So that's one degree of flexibility.
I would get in trouble if I said that, because entrainment risk is part 2.
Probably so, but that's one of the things.
The questioner would not interrupt the witness while
I'm
he's trying to give an answer.
I hope I don't get into trouble for.
Me either.
That is a degree of flexibility from a project operation that, from my perspective, is very significant. The other element of flexibility that I think it would afford us is to balance in the Delta management of the salinity field at particular times in a way that perhaps the cross-channel gate does to a degree, which might be a period of time where we're trying to balance Jersey Point versus Edmonton salinity. There have been times where closing the cross-channel gate for a period to freshen up Edmonton, for example, might be an appropriate knob to turn, to use that terminology. I think that we might find that the additional flexibility to take some water from the north may afford us an opportunity to not bring salts around the front end of Sherman Island under certain circumstances. So those are the types of levels of flexibility within the Delta that I find the most effective. One last thing we have not talked a lot about is in an example like Mr. Leahy showed, where we could have picked up anywhere maybe upwards to 1 million acre-feet of additional excess flows, that creates less of a tension later in the spring, because you've kind of potentially filled a lot of buckets south of Delta. And then that will certainly give us more flexibility timing-wise, I think, to manage through the later part of the spring and early summer.
In talking about that point in regard to flexibility, to your knowledge as the operator, and you may be the wrong person to ask this question, do you have a water right that covers these 3 locations?
The new intakes?
I believe on the list it was 2, 3, and 5, the intakes. Does the Bureau have a water right that covers taking water at those points?
A detailed answer probably should be our water rights person, but my understanding is that's in part our request is to add this explicitly as a point of rediversion to our permits at Shasta and Trinity as examples. To some degree, I think that one, if they didn't want to be, with abundance of caution, to be very explicit, probably could say that we might be able to cover this in some way. But I think we want to be rather upfront about this and be explicit that we'd like to have these points. A lot of our permits will say rediversion anywhere from Keswick down to Jones Pumping Plant. Well, this is kind of geographically between those points, but we really do want to make that clear.
Has the Bureau's involvement in this project been authorized by Congress?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
It's a fact.
He may answer if he knows or if he doesn't.
My hesitation has been that obviously there's not been congressional authorization to help construct or to the degree be explicitly a implementer of this. We certainly have authority to evaluate and do planning as it relates to such a facility. And then at that point, based on the product of a final EIS, we would then determine whether we wanted to pursue additional authorization from Congress.
All right, but
that's typically the pattern.
To this stage, that part of the process has not taken place for the Bureau.
No.
Thanks. Now, calling your attention to the San Joaquin side, how much additional flow do you imagine will be required from the San Joaquin when you take the fresh water out from the Sacramento side before it gets to the Delta channels?
I think you used the term imagine. I don't know. My thinking on this is that we would not, and I'll just speak to New Melones as a point here.
Or Millerton.
Or Millerton, that we would not change our operations to try to respond to a Delta change should it occur based on operation of this project, that we would either have to deal with that probably predominantly with how we're actually operating in the Delta. We would not make releases at Millerton or at New Melones to basically compensate so we could do something differently from a CVP perspective in the Delta.
So that would leave you, let's see, no more water in on the San Joaquin side. So that would mean there would be less water out.
I think
vague and ambiguous
of the Delta. That would be the knob. You would lessen exports
if there was
to freshen up the.
If there was a time period where, and it's hard to, I mean, this is hypothetical. It depends on what is actually the concern. Is it a delta outflow objective? Is it an X2 objective? Is it a active salinity management for an ag or M&I standard? But I think in terms of sequencing of knobs, modification of the export facility would occur before we would then resort to, we need to make a release from New Melones as an example. We would reserve New Melones. If the question was salinity of Vernalis, then that's a whole different story. But if it was kind of the more global delta salinity that may be managed through outflow or just pure outflow, then it's either a question of, do you have the flexibility in that particular time frame to deal with this upstream, or probably make modifications to your exports?
And at this point in the process, we don't know the answers to that.
I think the level of detail that we have is there are some circumstances where the action, I think, in some of the modeling and what we've conceived of it operationally is there are going to be times where the exports need to be modified, or which intakes you're using needs to be modified, or there are going to be some times where, yeah, you may need to dedicate a little more of your releases upstream and use some of your upstream storage to get you through a particular time and then reoperate around that later through the season.
Okay. Could you put up page 3, lines 21 through 23? Mr. Leahy, you indicate at line 20, management of net delta outflow is the fundamental way in which salinity is managed in the system. But there are uncontrollable and variable factors outside SWP CVP control that influence net delta outflow, including tidal and meteorological effects. How is this fundamental management of net delta outflow the fundamental way in which you manage salinity?
Well, the fundamental way is that, just in very simplistic terms, the higher the delta outflow, the lower salinity. But there are definitely nuances to that depending on what part of the year we're talking about, how high those flows are. Typically in the summertime, it's more nuanced as far as the splits between the lower Sacramento and the lower San Joaquin rivers.
All right, when you say the lower Sacramento, what are you describing?
Yeah, so the lower Sacramento, I'm really talking about the objective location at Edmonton.
All right, and that location is on the Sacramento River as you define it?
Yes.
And Jersey Point is on the San Joaquin River as you define it?
Yes, as I define it and as it's generally defined.
It's actually there.
What?
And the map is that Edmonton is on the Sacramento or adjacent to it, and the station at Jersey Point is adjacent to San Joaquin.
Okay. Does the, Mr. Leahy, does DWR have a facility on the San Joaquin?
We have a facility, which is our Clifton Court intake, which does influence the flows on that location of the San Joaquin River that I'm referring to.
All right, and that's where the reverse flow problem is?
No, we were talking about Jersey Point, so that's more in the central delta, so that's what I'm referencing.
All right, so if we could drive water out of the San Joaquin to Jersey Point, Clifton Court would not pull it back.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, if there was enough water coming to Jersey Point, we would not need to worry about, if San Joaquin water made it that far, the operation of Clifton Court in either today's scenario or the CWF scenario for Clifton Court South, we would not need to worry about the water coming back as you pumped.
No, for the concern at Jersey Point is generally if the pumping in the South Delta is so heavy as to start bringing salinity from further west into the Central Delta. And so that's the piece that we're trying to manage by reducing the diversions at the South Delta.
And so in a California WaterFix situation where you're pumping water on the Sacramento and taking out part of the flow of the Sacramento, it will not increase salinity problems on the lower San Joaquin?
No, because, and just to be clear, I think we're still talking about balanced condition operation. So typically what we're talking about there is just shifting diversions from the South Delta to the North Delta. So increases on the North Delta diversion would be offset by decreases at the South Delta diversion location, typically.
But the flow would, the hydrodynamics would change, wouldn't it? I mean, there's still water coming through the cross-channel gates, Georgiana Slough, Steamboat Slough, and there's less fresh water in the Sacramento River to mix, isn't there?
Yes, that's correct. So it depends on the level of pumping, but generally if we're shifting, if we were having high pumping, shifting some of that pumping to the North Delta away from the South Delta would actually improve salinity conditions at Jersey Point and lower San Joaquin.
What would it do to salinity situations at the property that CSPA owns in the town of Collinsville? Actually, let me withdraw that. A better way to describe it is CSPA owns the land where your Collinsville Water Quality Station is located. And so that's the point I'm talking about.
Okay, so that far out, typically in the summertime, this shifting would be fairly neutral by the time you get out to the confluence. So you're shifting the salinity dynamics on the lower Sacramento River near Edmonton and lower San Joaquin near Jersey Point. But by the time we typically would be operating to essentially the same delta outflow. And so Collinsville's EC is more closely linked to the actual net delta outflow. And if that's the same, then they should pretty much have the same salinity at that location.
I have a couple of more questions, but I want to make sure Mr. Schutz gets to ask his. May I have him do that? And then you can argue with me about whether or not I get to finish.
Argue with you?
Or no, I will obey.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Schutz?
Thanks very much. I'm Chris Schutz, here representing the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance, and my questions are for Mr. Lehigh. I'd like to ask questions about rediversion of stored water during balanced conditions. Mr. Cooper asked you a lot of questions about that. We heard some questions about that today. I understood you to tell Mr. Cooper that most of the increased opportunities for rediversion of stored water under WaterFix would be during wetter water years. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, I recall that.
I put together a couple of hydrographs for Oroville storage and a hydrograph for Feather River flow into a short PowerPoint. I marked that as CSPA 101, and I'd like that to be pulled up to slide 2. I have some hard copies here. Mr. Lehigh, looking at the hydrograph from CDEC that shows flow at Feather River at Gridley for the time period January 2007 to September 2010, I call your attention to the highlighted section of the figure. That shows flow at the Feather River at Gridley from about February through early July 2010. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
And you see the flow increase that began on or about July 1st, 2010?
Yeah, it's hard to make out exactly what month that is, but somewhere between May and September. Yes.
So I'd like to ask you, isn't it possible that DWR would consider exporting more water in June in a year with 2010 hydrology if the WaterFix were in place?
Well, we'd have to take a look at the specifics for 2010. 2010 wasn't particularly wet, so I think it would probably be doubtful that there would have been an increase. Certainly seasonally, there would not, most likely not have been an increase. We'd have to look at a number of factors, so I don't have enough information in front of me.
Okay. If storage were low at San Luis Reservoir at that time, wouldn't there be considerable demand for export water before July 1st?
San Luis Reservoir wouldn't, the driver would be upstream Oroville storage as far as how much supply we had to work with. We would tailor our deliveries south of the Delta to whatever additional supply on top of the other requirements were available for those deliveries.
Okay, could we please turn to slide 4?
Has this been marked for identification?
If it hasn't been marked for identification, could we please do so and mark it as CSPA 101?
I think it's marked so on the first page.
It is.
By the way, thank you for doing that. Just a note to other cross-examiners, if you would please label your exhibits before you give it to the staff, it would be very helpful with your acronym and the number. Mr. Shute did a fine example of that.
Thank you.
A point of minor order. This is CSPA 101, and we've been using 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I actually did the labeling prior to that sequence, and I thought that probably Mr. Jennings would want his CV to be CSPA 1. So that's why I did it this way.
That's fine, as long as it's a unique number.
So looking at slide 4, looking at the storage plot for Oroville Reservoir for September 15, 2010 to August 10, 2016, I'd like to call your attention to the calendar year 2012 and ask you whether 2012 would appear to be what you would call a wetter year in which you might have considered increasing rediversion of stored water as you discussed in your previous discussion on cross-examination.
It's difficult to say for sure. One thing I'd want to take a look at is what our actual use of the existing conveyance was. Certainly if we weren't using the existing conveyance, there wouldn't be any expectation we'd be moving additional water.
Okay. And now I call your attention to the calendar year 2013 on the same slide. Oroville storage dropped about 2 million acre feet during 2013, isn't that correct?
I'm sorry, it dropped from, sorry, could you repeat that?
Isn't it correct that during water year 2013, Oroville storage dropped about 2 million acre feet?
Well, the difference between the high point and the low point is looks to be slightly less than 2 million acre feet, yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that Oroville storage went from a good storage condition to one that caused great concern in less than 1 calendar year?
I wouldn't characterize, I don't think I'd characterize that what looks to be 1.25, and that looks like that's by the end of December. No, I wouldn't necessarily characterize that as a concerning level.
Not concerning at all?
It depends on, I'm trying to remember if we had all of our capacities available to us as far as withdrawals from the lake, because we did have an accident that temporarily constrained our capabilities, but I don't think that was necessarily a concern in that particular year.
Hey, could we go back to slide 3, please? So, calling your attention to calendar year 2007, Oroville storage dropped again about 2 million acre feet during calendar year 2007, is that correct?
Yes, it looks like, right, slightly less than 2 million acre feet from high point to low point.
Okay. I'd have the same question. Would that be a condition where you would consider it one that would cause DWR great concern?
No, I don't think, again, kind of depends. I don't think I have all the information I need, but generally hitting 1.2 million acre feet by the end of the calendar year would not necessarily be a concern.
And even in December of that year, you would not have been concerned?
No.
Okay. On lines 1 through 3 of page 4 of your testimony, you state, and I won't have it pull it up because we've been through it before, the SWP CVP must ensure that higher priority requirements of the water system or in-basin requirements are met before developing water supply for their respective water supply contractors. Do you remember that?
Yes.
As referred to in this sentence, is the time trajectory on which you say you're ensuring that in-basin requirements are met longer than for the current water year?
Yes, generally that is the case. Yes.
And how does the time period longer than the current water year factor into your planning and your allocation for the present water year?
Well, typically in all years, as you can see on these graphs, even this was in the middle of a 3-year drought, we will typically have additional runoff even in the dry years that causes storage gains. And you can see that in this sequence of dry years. And so we have good estimates on typically what we would expect to see even under dry years. And so we factor that into carryover storages that we generally are targeting, combined with the expectation of additional runoff the following year. And does that match up with our ability to meet those higher priority needs, which is our deliveries to our settlement contractors and the D1641 requirements, our share of those requirements.
Okay. You told Mr. Kelly on cross-examination last Thursday that your operational decisions, especially as they relate to storage, depend on what you were comfortable with. Do you recall that?
Something along those lines.
Okay. So my question is, if you're comfortable with baseline storage operations for Oroville, why would you not operate to those storage conditions if CWF was in place?
I think that's my testimony, is that the expectation is that we would be operating to the same storage levels with California WaterFix as without it.
Okay, could we please pull up DWR 514, figure 13, page 16?
So let me do a time check. Mr. Schutz, how much more do you have?
I am about almost halfway through what I have.
Which means what?
Which means another 10 or 15 minutes tops.
All right, and Mr. Jackson? And your line of questioning will be?
My line of questioning is another group of clients whose legal uses of water may be affected by this project.
All right, let's go ahead and put 30 minutes on there.
So I'd like to ask you, Mr. Lehigh, in your opinion as the operator of the State Water Project, could DWR make decisions about carryover storage in Oroville Reservoir that would draw Oroville storage down farther than is indicated in the model output for Boundary 1 as summarized in this slide?
Not likely. Regardless of who's operating the project, they're going to be looking at the higher priority needs that we need to fulfill. And so the same general management of upstream should be consistent.
So Boundary 1, as I read it here, is somewhat higher than baseline, is that correct? The storage in Oroville, for the most part, is higher than baseline?
In the dryers, it looks like the driest 30% of the years, all the scenarios with the exception of Boundary 2 look to all be about the same. And then yes, I do see that the modeling shows a little bit higher in kind of those medium type years to wetter years.
Okay, so why, if you're comfortable with the baseline storage, would you not operate to the baseline storage in these water years if the constraints are, if you don't have any additional constraints on storage?
Well, the most important feature that I would be focused on for this particular exceedance graph would be the very driest years, and that's what I've focused on in terms of showing that this analysis demonstrates that in those drier years where it really matters, the WaterFix project would not result in additional stored water being moved out of Lake Oroville.
Yes, I understand that, but you said that you would be more likely to export additional stored water in the wetter years, more likely than in the drier years. Do you recall that?
Yes, if there was going to be a time that we would be moving more stored water with the WaterFix than without, it would likely occur in the wetter years. Correct.
Okay, and so why would you not take advantage of what you thought was a comfortable level of storage historically and operate to that in those wetter years and bring it down so those exceedance plots would actually coincide? Is there any constraint that would prevent you from doing that in wetter years?
In wetter years? How would you define wetter years?
Well, I would define it as you defined it, and that's what I'm trying to get to, as from what you said before.
Well, I wouldn't say these modeling results, I mean, it actually shows that perhaps under the it looks like H3, it's showing that we're slightly less aggressive on moving stored water in those medium years. But certainly that would represent, I mean, that doesn't represent, it certainly doesn't represent any additional harm. If anything, it's more conservative.
I guess the overall question for all of these exceedance plots is, why wouldn't you just operate to the no action alternative rather than to what's indicated in the modeling? I mean, it's fine for the model to indicate something, but you as an actual operator have the discretion, do you not, to operate to baseline conditions if that's protecting your beneficial uses, as you said, or your in-basin uses, as you said you operate to in the past?
Yeah, I don't know exactly why the modeling would show this difference in those kind of medium years. I can't think of a good reason why it would show that sitting here right now. But perhaps some of that water under H3 could be released and exported as closer to the no action alternative.
Okay.
But the modelers might be able to give a reason why it appears to be more conservative in terms of upstream storage in that particular case.
I understand. I'm just asking about the actual operation more than the modeling. For any of these modeled alternatives, provided that in-basin needs are met, and particularly in the wetter years, is there any constraint that prevents DWR from pulling storage down, say in the top 50% of years below the no action alternative?
It would just be my same response that I've had throughout, which is we would continue to try to meet our other obligations, whether they're contractual or regulatory. That would be our constraint.
Okay, and there's no carryover storage for, numeric carryover storage for Oroville, is there requirement, is there?
There's no constant numeric number, no.
Okay, and DWR has never proposed or supported one?
No, in fact, I think I've testified it might be detrimental to fix a number rather than being able to adjust to changing circumstances.
Okay. I'd like to ask a couple of questions about the relation between the modeling and the decision you make in your project operations. As operator, do you consult with Calcium-2 modelers about the annual and short-term operation of the State Water Project?
We periodically I think as I've noted earlier, we do meet with the modelers to try to continuously improve on the modeling as it attempts to emulate the actual project operations. So there are ongoing discussions and with the modelers.
And you have a pretty good understanding of how calcium works, I take it?
I have, I'd say, a fair understanding.
Okay. So as I understand it, calcium-2 contains storage rule curves for the state and federal project reservoirs. Is that right?
Yes, as a way to try to emulate the actual real-world decision-making process.
Okay, and is it right to say that in a calcium model run, a storage rule curve sets target operation for Oroville in any given year?
My understanding of the rule curve is it doesn't set a specific carryover number for Oroville. It tries to generally balance Oroville upstream and downstream needs.
Okay. You said that the rule curve tries to emulate actual operations. Without pulling it up here in the interest of time, would you agree with Mr. Munevar that calcium-2 modeling attempts, that under real-time operations, operators have greater flexibility than that included in the modeling?
Yes, and I think that particular statement is dealing more with shorter-term operations within a month and reacting to conditions, observed conditions in the system.
And would you say that that's true on a longer-term basis or not?
No, I think that calcium does a much better job in terms of the monthly time step, and the as a planning tool does a good job of representing project operations over a long period of time.
For my just about the last thing, I'd like to look at DWR 515, page 5, please. This is the summer operating rules that I think Mr. Brodsky looked at in a different place. And if you'd go to the top of the page, please. Sorry, down to the next. I'm looking for the summer operating rules. There we go, right there. Page 6, my mistake. As I read it, the bypass requirement for the North Delta diversion would be 5,000 CFS. Is that the bypass diversion that you understand? July through September?
Yes, as stated in this table.
Okay. And is it your understanding that during this time period, DWR has proposed that North Delta diversions not be subject to import-export restrictions?
No, the proposal, the way I understand the proposal is how the North Delta, are you talking about which restriction are you talking about, just to clarify?
I'm sorry, I don't understand that.
Oh, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question then, please?
My understanding was that there were some import-export restrictions, let's put it that way, that DWR and the Bureau have proposed would not apply to North Delta diversions, that the import-export restrictions would only apply to water that passed south of the North Delta diversions. Is that your understanding?
I think you're referencing, are you referencing the inflow to export, or the export of, percent export of inflow?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Yeah, so the proposal is to treat the North Delta diversion as a subtraction of the inflow to the Delta.
Correct. Okay. So once in-basin requirements are being met, wouldn't any exports that DWR made through the North Delta diversions during balanced conditions in the summer be more efficient from the North Delta facilities than exporting it, running it through the Delta and exporting it from the south?
Well, generally that export to inflow ratio is not controlling in the summertime.
Would it be more controlling in the summertime during periods of relatively high flow like the 19,000 CFS that Mr. Brodsky was referencing this earlier today?
It's typically not, even with high flows, it wouldn't typically be controlling in August.
Okay. So a related question would be, as operator of the State Water Project, you sometimes transfer water through the DWR export facilities, don't you?
That's correct.
Have you discussed within DWR whether under the WaterFix, carriage water would be required for water transferred from July through September through North Delta facilities?
Yes, I mean, well, typically under current operations, we have a carriage water component to water transfers.
I understand you have it at present. I'm asking about the proposal for carriage water for water that would be exported under the through the North Delta facilities under the WaterFix.
There hasn't been any specific discussion that I'm aware of on carriage water for transfers as it relates to WaterFix, but certainly I think that's something that we would continue to analyze.
If import-export requirements didn't apply, wouldn't there be a strong argument, in your opinion, that carriage water shouldn't apply if water wasn't passing through the Delta, transferred water in the summer?
No, because the carriage water component, it really has more to do with the salinity objectives and ensuring that the higher pumping from the South Delta does not create the need for additional flow in order to meet the same salinity regime in the Delta. And so it's really a protection for the projects to assess whether the additional the additional exports due to the transfer water is not harming the projects.
But wouldn't the conditions that would occasion added salinity because of additional exports be largely eliminated by transferring that water through the North Delta?
As a general statement, to the extent that diversions are shifted to the North Delta, it should lower the carriage water costs, yes.
So would you, and this is the last question, would you expect the transfer season to be expanded under the California WaterFix?
I have no idea. That's not part of any proposal that I'm aware of.
Has any analysis been done, as far as you're aware, in any of the documentation for the WaterFix of what might happen in terms of the transfer season if the tunnels were built and implemented?
I'm sorry, it sounds like the same question, but I don't have.
The question went to, you said you weren't aware of anything, and my question was, are you aware of any documentation or analysis that has been done in any of the environmental review that addresses this question?
No, I am not aware.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Staying right here with the question of transfers, one one of my clients, Aqua Alliance, represents members all over the Sacramento Valley. When you release water from Shasta or Oroville in summer months, are you also replenishing the groundwater sort of in a state of nature? Some of it leaves the bed and banks and into the groundwater table?
Mr. Jackson?
Do you know whether or not there is a connection between the surface water that you release and the groundwater basin over which the Sacramento or Feather River travel?
I believe there is. There is a lot of debate as to just how much of a connection and how quickly that water migrates through, particularly on an incremental basis, but I think there is a connection.
Are you aware, Mr. Milligan, that I'm trying to stay away from the fish. Are you aware that the riparian habitat in the summer in the counties of Shasta, Tehama, Butte, and to a certain extent Sutter and Yuba are presently watered by the rivers?
Watered by the what?
The rivers.
That would, I haven't seen anything that would explicitly document that, but that makes sense, that riparian vegetation is probably receiving a lot of water from the rivers.
So since you haven't seen anything, there's no way to quantify that?
There maybe is a way, but I am not aware of any study as such.
To your knowledge, has either the Bureau or Mr. Lehi, the DWR, examined the interconnection in the summer months from water released from facilities and the groundwater basin?
I believe that there has been some work on that, but I can't point to it exactly. And a lot of this has been part of, we had kind of looked at the, quote, white papers for transfers, and some work associated with that has been done over the last few years.
And is any of that in the environmental documents that have been presented to the board?
I do not know if it has or not.
Mr. Lehi, do you know?
Yeah, I'm sure there's studies that have been done with that about the interaction, but I'm not aware of what's contained in the environmental documents.
To your knowledge, did the modelers take that into account when they looked at flows under the existing scenario and under the California WaterFix scenario?
This may be a good question for the modelers, but because what's in and I'll say is your question's kind of geared towards calcium as an example. If it is, calcium does do a lot of grouping based on historical data, and to the degree that that interaction is somewhat part and parcel of the overall water accounting of, from the look at the historic, I think it probably is captured in there. Parsing it out as to the exact amounts, I think, is a little more difficult.
Or telling me where it is in the environmental documents?
Well, that's two different questions. Some of the lumping of, let's say, depletions or accretions within various reaches of the rivers that's embedded in the code for calcium, you'd probably have to be pretty well versed in the calcium code to understand that, and probably in that documentation. There's probably some additional analysis of groundwater interaction in the environmental documents that probably warrants its own section or chapter.
Calling, Mr. Milligan, calling your attention to water transfers out of the Sacramento the Bureau has proposed a 600,000 acre-foot transfer program each year for the next 10 years. Is that true?
I will say an up to that quantity and an analysis of that.
Is there any analysis, to your knowledge, of that transfer program which you have proposed in the California WaterFix environmental documents?
I'm not aware if it has or has not.
Mr. Lehi, does DWR also have a water transfer program out of the Sacramento Valley?
Out of the Sacramento Valley? I don't believe we have any specific long-term program.
But you do serial short-term programs, correct?
Objection. Sims facts not in evidence, unless Mr. Jackson wishes to clarify what he means by serial, and we have some sort of evidence documenting his assertions.
Mr. Jackson, serial?
Do I have anything documented? I've got piles. I don't, and you'll see them in the direct testimony. But Mr. Lehi, you know that there are transfers ongoing and have been for a number of years from water districts in the Sacramento Valley that have transferred water that you have arranged with your water users south of the Delta, correct?
Yes.
Can you quantify that for me? In a given year, an average?
The average number of water transfers?
No, the average volume of water.
Volume of water transferred. It will vary significantly from year to year, depending on how dry a year it is and the need, and that's typically how it varies.
And these transfers take place in the summer months generally?
Yes.
And they they could be captured at the new North Delta pumps, correct?
I would think that would be possible, yes.
And it would lessen the flow then across the Delta by the amount of the water transferred through the tunnels, wouldn't it?
No, assuming transfers are generally new water to the system.
Well, I'll come back.
There's supposed to be new water to the system, let's put it that way.
I can't resist that one. To your knowledge, has DWR or the Bureau done any research to quantify the amount of water you're taking out of the groundwater system for transfers?
Objection, relevance.
The relevance is that all of the groundwater users in the Sacramento Valley are legal water users of groundwater. They are not presently very often, to what extent, competing with the surface water flows, but they could be affected by increased groundwater flows out of the system.
Mr. Lehi?
Well, these water transfers are from third parties. This is not projects. We are merely conveying water transfers for other parties.
So you have not done an analysis?
I haven't personally. I'm not aware of what analysis has been done with the department.
Well, to give you,
I know there has. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I do not mean to interrupt. I got one eye going there and another one here. Which is not too hard. the city of Chico, for instance, is on the east side of the Sacramento Valley, and it pumps groundwater for its citizens. It's in the same aquifer, the Tuscan, of places where groundwater transfers have happened, and the water table is dropping. Have you done any indication, any study that would indicate to those people whether they would be injured by this project?
We have a whole nother office within the department that looks at these aspects. So I couldn't tell you any details on that.
Could you tell me who runs that office?
Well, transfers are dealt with in the State Water Project Analysis Office.
And who's the head of that office?
Well, it's currently vacant, but it was Robert Cook. There's various acting assignments right now.
And Mr. Cook was listed as a witness, wasn't he? One of those little short things?
I believe he's part of the water rights panel, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. There are also agricultural users along the east side of the Sacramento. I mean, well, it's kind of like it is in the San Joaquin. Population's all on the east side on Highway 99, and agriculture happens on the east and the west. They've been on groundwater for 100 years, relatively shallow groundwater. Do you know whether the WaterFix infrastructure could be used to take more water from the ground and cause injury to them?
Objection, vague, incomplete, hypothetical. Awful lot of facts you'd have to impose in order to formulate an answer to that question.
True enough, but Mr. Lehi can answer that he does not know.
I don't know for sure, but I wouldn't anticipate the WaterFix would change the amount of transfers, particularly in that typically, as it occurs today, the years in which transfers occur, there's typically plenty of capacity even today.
Okay. I'm going to try to get my last question in before that thing goes off. So maybe I'll get an answer extra. It seems that your opinion that water rights holders will not be injured by the new facility is based upon the fact that you're going to meet D1641. Is that right?
Objection asked and answered.
Let's get his answer on the record one more time.
Yes, that's right.
I thought that was your last question.
Well, but I'm going to follow up that question, and that's going to go off in 6 seconds. So D1641 is a floor which you supply the water for D1641 in a normal year, correct? The two of you.
Yes, and so my testimony was what that record has been over all years.
And so isn't that floor treated by the operators, and perhaps the modelers, I'll ask them, also as a ceiling for what the estuary gets in terms of water?
I'm not sure what you mean by the terms ceiling.
Well, as long as you've met D1641 and assuming that you've done that, your next step is to operate for maximum water supply.
Objection asked and answered.
Isn't it?
To the extent that we're meeting all of our other requirements and we have physical capabilities, yes, we will try to maximize trying to meet our contractual amounts south of the Delta.
So if this project is approved for 100 years and operated the same way that you operate today, where is the water going to come from to fix the delta?
Well, as I've stated numerous times, the additional supply is expected to come from excess flows that we are currently unable to divert.
Mr. Jackson, on that note, are you finished?
I am. I will. Yes, I'm finished.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. And Mr. Schutz. Group number 32, Mr. Shroshane is in the audience.
We'll have no questions today.
All right. Group 32 has already asked their question. 33. 34 is not here. 35 is not here. 37, Ms. Desjardins. I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I have a fair number of exhibits. These are printouts of some questions I have for the operators. Can we go into Lehigh questions, please? And I apologize, I keep forgetting the A in your name, Mr. Lehigh. And it's actually questions for Mr. Milligan as well. And since it's late and I noticed everybody was falling asleep, I would like to go to number 8, salinity in the delta.
Okay, before you do,
Yeah.
let's get this numbering straight.
Okay.
So are you suggesting that these are the numbers that would be assigned to your documents for identification purposes?
Yes, you may use these.
So, for example, I guess we'll go with DDJ.
Okay.
DDJ1, DDJ2, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, sure.
All right. Oh,
There, I have 2 sets of questions, so
So-
I have those numbers.
so Lehigh would be 1 through, you've actually got more.
On 1 through 14, the 3 at the bottom are complete copies of larger documents.
All right. So then let's make the other one 15 through whatever.
Okay. And for the record, I should say I'm Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. And because everybody's falling asleep, I wanted to open up number 8, which was sort of my punchline. But Mr. Lehigh and Mr. Mulligan, let's scroll down just a little so that the scale is there. Okay, there we go. You may recognize this. This is a picture of salinity intrusion on January 28th, 2014. That's the day before you applied to the State Water Control Board for the temporary urgency change condition. Do you recall the extreme salinity intrusion in the Delta at that time?
Yes.
Did you consider it to be a risk?
A risk? Yeah, the salinity conditions at the time was certainly a big part of our factoring into our request in front of the board for the temporary urgency change petition.
What could have happened if this kind of salinity intrusion had continued or gotten worse?
If it had gotten worse, well, we were right at the brink of exceeding some of the M&I water quality standards in the Delta. So if it got worse, suppose it could have pushed us over that threshold.
And how would that affect the M&I users if you exceeded the M&I standards?
I can't say exactly. I just know there was a potential that we could have exceeded the M&I objectives.
Okay, I'd like to go to the slide number 9. So this is from the California Data Exchange Center. Do you recognize that? It's a website run by the Department of Water Resources, and it provides sensor data for locations in the Delta.
Yes, I'm familiar with CDEC.
This is a plot of the electrical conductivity at Clifton Court Forebay between November 2013 and November 15th, 2014. And yes, you can see the electrical conductivity climbing there. This is the concern that you expressed, correct?
Yes.
What led, clearly it had been climbing for over a month. What was the condition? Why weren't you able to control this in another way?
Well, if I recall, and I do know that calendar year 2013 ended up being the driest year in the historical record. And so we had extremely low inflows into the upstream reservoirs, so we were very concerned about our ability to, the amount of supply that we had to manage. If I recall, we were, I think, actually Reclamation had asked for some modifications to the requirements for the cross-channel gate as far as the ability to open that to help address some of this salinity intrusion.
But part of the issue here was that you did not have the upstream supply, either through natural flow or storage, to control this kind of salinity intrusion. Was that a significant contributing factor?
Well, it was certainly a concern as far as that amount of storage and projecting forward for the remainder of the year and all of the other standards that we would need to meet. And that was a big part of why we went to the board and asked and petitioned for the temporary urgency change, which included opening of that cross-channel and modified standards for outflow requirements in the spring. So yes, that was all part of our request to the board.
And so it was at this point that you felt that you were no longer able to meet the D1641 standards. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Milligan, sorry. So that similarly, I recall that the Bureau had to release some extra water around this time, and that you were concerned as well about meeting your needs and carryover needs in Shasta. Is that correct?
Yeah, we shared DWR's concern about potential continued dry conditions given how dry 2013 was. We had a fairly limited amount of stored water upstream. We had concerns about building cold water pool at Shasta to get through the subsequent temperature season. So at this particular time, we were asking for some consideration on a number of fronts, and also started thinking about what if this dry condition continued on, what should our overall objectives be in terms of prioritizing the use of that fairly limited amount of stored water. If that's all, that plus a little bit more coming in, what's the best way to use that?
Okay, thank you.
Now, and just to kind of finish the thought, with an eye towards, in the Delta particularly, that if we ran out of stored water or didn't manage this in a particularly constructive way, that we would get towards summertime at some point and really lose control of the salinity. And that would probably have shut down a lot of M&I users.
So what happened on in the previous slide, that could have gotten significantly worse if you hadn't conserved storage at that point.
That was the consideration, was kind of a late or much worse looking salinity regime.
Okay. Thank you. So I'd like to go back to slide 1 now.
Excuse me, do you
You mean document 1?
Document 1.
So DDJ 8?
1. DDJ 1.
Oh.
I'm going to pull up. This is from the 2004 long-term OCAP actually has documentation of your operations forecasting. I couldn't find any more recent documentation, so I need to ask you. It said at the time, let's scroll down a little bit so it's a little more of the yellow highlighted. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so this is chapter 5 of the OCAP. It's the forecasting section. And it says, the forecast model is currently Lotus 123 for Windows spreadsheet application designed to assist in water and power operations planning of the Central Valley project. An Excel spreadsheet forecast is in development. So, Mr. Milligan, do you now use an Excel spreadsheet?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, so it evolved
Say that
from
we
this.
do have a legacy laptop with the Lotus 123 if we ever have to go back.
Okay. You're still using a monthly time step and usually a 1-year forecast period when you're looking at forecast operations, as it says here?
We do some year ahead, but as particularly what we've seen through the drought, we've been finding it more fruitful to look at like 3 to 6 months ahead. And a lot of that, not knowing where our variabilities may be. So we've been much more focused in the nearer term.
Okay. And Mr. Lehigh, it says the State Water Project also performs spreadsheet-based annual operations forecasts using a monthly time step. These forecasts are used to help plan SWP operations and determine allocations. So you have a similar spreadsheet model that you use for your monthly forecasts?
Yes, we have a similar spreadsheet model.
Okay. So, and the spreadsheet model takes in, you need input data of the current hydrologic conditions, and that's correct?
Yes, input data. Part of that input data set is the forecasted hydrology.
Okay, let's scroll down a bit more on this, please. We need to scroll down to the next yellow highlight. Well, forget that. That was, yeah, down further. Down further. There it is. Okay. So this says, in the beginning of the water year, forecasts for 50% hydrology and 90% hydrology are calculated. Is that what you do, Mr. Milligan? Still?
We still do that, yes.
And in doing allocations, do you use 50 or in the initial phases, do you use the 50 or 90% hydrology for planning?
Consistent with the biological opinions, I do want to point out this is a fairly old document.
Yes.
And some of these things have been refined or modified based on the biological opinions as well. But we, per the biological opinions, we do use the 90% exceedance hydrology.
So that's, the biological opinions require that the Central Valley project use 90% exceedance forecast for allocations?
Yes.
Mr. Lehigh, do you look at 50 and 90% allocations for the State Water Project as well?
We do operational studies based on both a 50% forecast and a 90% forecast, but the 90% is used primarily for the allocation determinations.
So you primarily use 90%. Has that been true in the past?
Yes.
Okay. Let's continue to scroll down.
I'm going to object to this line of questioning. I appreciate that we need to establish background sometimes, but I don't think we're getting anywhere here. This is well known to the board. We're dealing with a 12-year-old document.
Thank you, Mr. Berlin. I too was wondering where you're going with this.
I want to get into what exactly happened with the 2013 forecasts.
So can you just go ahead and pass?
Okay, then let's put that away, and let's get up to close. And let's look at just a sec. So let's look at the January 1st, 2013 Sacramento River Water Supply Index.
So DDJ3.
Yeah, and let's scroll down. So you use the, Mr. Lehigh, you look at Oroville forecast runoff and, or Feather River forecast runoff and the Fore River unimpaired runoff. Is that correct?
Yes, the information, the document that you're showing right now is forecasted information that we use in our operations models. Yes.
Okay, and so the 50% exceedance was in January 2013 was 22,460 acre feet. 90% was 16,550 for the Four Rivers Index.
That's what it says, yes.
Yeah, okay. The next document. Okay, so let's go back. Yeah, number 4. The State Water Project allocation. So based on this, that was the earliest published forecast I could find, but based on this, your initial allocation was 30%.
Well, I don't recall which month your forecasted information was from, so I don't know if that was the particular set of numbers that was used for the initial allocation.
Okay.
But that was, that appears to be what our initial allocation was for 2013, yes,
Okay,
30%.
Let me close that.
Before we move on, could you please identify it?
Yeah. So this is the Department of Water Resources notice to state water project contractors, and I call it Exhibit DDJ4.
So before you continue with your next document, Ms. Desjardins, help me understand, please, your line of questioning.
So I'm going to next go to the runoff forecast changed, and we'll look at the allocation decreased.
But help me understand your line of questioning.
So the issue is how they got into a situation where they had to violate Do 1641, and if this was predictable, if it was related to the forecasts. This is how the project is currently managed, and as I understand it, how it is proposed to be managed in the future.
And by violating D 1641, what do you mean?
I do believe this line of questioning is relevant to, extremely relevant to issues in the hearing. Everybody said it. This is the actual details of what happened in a particular year. It's not going to take me very long to finish going through the 2 remaining slides. But yeah, is this not how the actual operations forecasts are working?
I'm trying to understand. So which of the D 1641 requirements do you believe was violated during this time?
In January 2000, this is leading up to January of 2014.
Okay, and what was violated?
In January of 2014, they needed to ask for relaxations of D 1641 requirements.
So that was, okay.
And the question is, could this happen again? And this line of questioning will establish that.
They have acknowledged that even with the WaterFix proposal, they'll do their best, obviously, to comply with D 1641. They have not ruled out the possibility of asking for future temporary urgency change petitions. So if your point is that they may need to ask for a temporary urgency change petition in order to meet D 1641 requirements in the future under the WaterFix scenario, then I believe well, actually, they did include it, and then they took it out. So maybe I'm confused too. Help me here, Mr. Lehigh. I think where she's going, well, no, she will correct me if I'm wrong, is the potential for the project petitioners to request TUCPs in the future in order to meet D 1641, as you have done so in the past.
So I think something that we're missing here is, yes, there are dry years, there are critically dry years, and then there's what happened in 2013. Okay, so there are different levels of dryness, and what happened in the probably 13 months from January of 2013 through January of 2014 was completely unprecedented, certainly in terms of the 100-year record that we have, if not going back hundreds of years. So this was an absolute extreme outlier in terms of what we had ever experienced and whatever have expected to experience. And so that's why I feel it's misrepresenting when we're looking at the 2013-14 period and saying, well, this is what we're going to do in every dry year, every critically dry year. This was a whole nother level of dryness, is basically was the reason for our request that first year in January of 2014.
All right, Ms. Desjardins, go ahead and proceed with those acknowledgments in mind.
Yes, I just want to hit, I understand that it was unusually dry, and particularly the spring was unusually dry. Let's go to number 5 quickly. Yeah. So what happened, and I was trying to trace it, let's go down to the bottom, which has the Four River Index. So by April, your 50% forecast had gone down to 12,520, and your 90% forecast had gone down to 10,850. So your forecast changed. Do you remember that your forecast inflows changed?
Yes, our forecasts change every month.
Yeah, but it went down significantly. Is it normal for it to go down like that?
It's equally likely that the 50% will increase or decrease. It's more unusual for the 90% forecast to decrease from one month to this, but it does happen.
Did this affect your forecast carryover storage?
Well, so in fact, in this year, this is 2013, in reaction to these declining forecasts, we made what we typically don't do, which is a reduction in our allocation to our South of Delta customers as a result of these drier forecasts. So I believe we had gone as high as 40%, and then we made a reduction back to,
35%.
I believe it was either 30 or 35%.
Okay, let's put this away and go to number 6.
Before we move on, this was DDJ number 5.
DDJ number 5, the April 1st, 2013. Yeah, so go to number 6. This is another notice to State Water Project contractors. Yes, Mr. Lehigh, so this is the decrease. Reduction equates to a drop in allocations from 40% to 35%. And that's what you recall?
Yes.
Okay, and that was in March of 2013. Okay, thank you. You can put that away. Now, I'd like to go to the Oroville storage in 2013, number 10. And let's scroll past that, the one on the bottom. So this is a graph of how the storage in Oroville was drawn down in 2013. So Mr. Lehigh, was this what you initially forecast for the end of the year? Or was that lower than you had anticipated because of the reduced runoff?
Well, for the end of the year, this certainly would have been on the lower side than what we would have forecasted because of the driest year on record. We did see much lower inflows in the fall, and so that did affect, we were likely at minimum releases in the fall from Oroville, and so the very much reduced inflows most likely resulted in storages lower than we had been anticipating.
Okay, thank you. I next wanted to go to Mr. Anderson, to the Anderson slides.
And just for the record, this was DDJ number 10.
Yes. So let's go to the other one, yeah. So, Mr. Anderson, you gave let's click open Anderson 2009 at the bottom, yeah. No, close that one. So, yeah. This is just, Mr. Anderson.
Will you be identifying this?
Yeah, so let's call this exhibit DDJ 15. So do you recall giving this talk in 2009, Mr. Anderson?
I give a number of talks. I'm not sure specifically who this was given to. Could you refresh my memory?
Yeah, let's scroll down a little, please. It should say, scroll down a little more, California Extreme Precipitation Symposium.
Yes, I do remember that one.
Okay, so I'm going to get some excerpts from that. Just a sec. I do have... So next, I'd like to, we can close this. This is the title slide, and I'd like to go to the excerpt. Number 1, page 19 to 23 on climate change.
And if you would identify it for the record.
Yeah, so let's start this at 16. So call it DDJ 16. We'll just add 15 to the Anderson numbers. So let's scroll down just a little so we can see the rest of this particular slide. So up a little. There you go. Okay. So Mr. Anderson, in 2009, you said that in the future we could see less precipitation falling as snow, drier springs, and increased variability in runoff.
Yes, I did.
Do you still think that?
Yes, I think those are still possible impacts.
Okay, I agree with you. Let's go down to the next slide. Next, in this is in this PowerPoint excerpt. Yeah. So I just changed. And at that time, you'd already seen the driest precipitation year in Southern California in 2007, and the driest spring in the Northern Sierra in 2008, at least up until 2009.
Up to that point, yes.
Yeah, okay. Let's go to the next slide. So future drought characteristics, you could say fall runoff decreases due to drier antecedent conditions in the watershed. Decrease in spring precipitation decreases odds of March miracles. Smaller snowpacks and drier springs decrease April to July runoff.
Yeah, these are plausible concepts used in the talk.
Yeah, so these would be impacts of climate change. Is that correct?
Yes, that was the idea of the talk.
Okay, let's go down a little further. To the next slide, yeah. And keep going. Okay, stop here. This is the what if drought year runoff. I don't know if you recall this what if scenario, Mr. Anderson, but do you realize that you predicted the 2014 drought?
No, I had no idea it was that good.
Yeah, you predicted it. It was no snowpack for spring runoff. Fall runoff decreased due to drier antecedent conditions. Winter flows maintained only with continued precipitation. Do you recall that 2014 there was a very low snowpack?
In water year 2014, we tied the lowest snowpack with a statewide average of 25%, yes.
Yeah. And the average of 10 lowest drought flows. So you averaged the 10 lowest flows on the Four River Index. And particularly I want to look at April to July. The average of the 10 lowest flows is 2.6 million acre feet in your what if scenario. And it was, the average is 6.8 million acre feet. The average of the 10 lowest drought flows on the Sacramento River was 7.5 million acre feet, while the average is about 18 million acre feet. So this is a pretty good what-if scenario. It's extreme, but it's not 99% exceedance extreme, is it?
Don't know specifically. I'd have to do the computations to verify.
Well, I have the water supply index number, so let's put this away. And let's go to the next one. Number, water supply index marked, number 2. And let's call this the exhibit DDJ 17. Okay, and let's scroll down. Okay, to the bottom, because we have highlighted in green. And let's pull this up, 2014. You were exactly on, Mr. Anderson. There was 2.6 million acre-feet of runoff in your what-if scenario in spring, and there was 7.5 million acre-feet of annual runoff. And so let's, do you agree that this is the same as your what-if, 2009 what-if scenario?
Could you magnify it just a little bit? I'm sorry, my eyes are a little tired. I can't quite see.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah, they look like they're in the same ballpark.
Yeah. They're not in the same ballpark. 2.6 and 2.59 are very close, are they not?
Yes.
7.5 and 7.46 are very close as well.
Yes.
Okay, well, let's go and look at, scroll back up, and let's shrink it back down a little so we can see. Shrink it back to 100%, please. Yeah, okay. So I've highlighted on these, the 10, as you used to compute them, the 10 lowest runoff years that you used to compute that average. There's the 10 lowest years for annual runoff and the 10 lowest years for spring runoff leading up to 2009. And I believe your method was to take the average of those.
Yes.
Okay. If it's an average of the 10 lowest years, it's a dry scenario, but it's not necessarily an totally unexpected scenario. Isn't that correct?
I agree it would be an extreme, though not necessarily unprecedented.
Okay, thank you. Let's put this away. Okay, and then let's go to, let's open up the PPIC combined presentation. Next, I'm going to go to that. That's, scroll down, the large document, yes. Okay. Do you recall giving this presentation to
Yes, I do.
On January 12, 2015?
Yes.
And it was titled Climate, Drought, and Change?
Yes.
Okay. Well, this is the title slide. I'm going to go to some excerpts from it, and I provided a complete copy.
Before we move on, could you please mark the exhibit?
Let's call this, can I call this DDJ, what number are we at? Let's call this DDJ 18. And I apologize about my numbering. Okay, thank you. Let's put this away. And I'll go to my excerpts. So the next thing I want to go to is number 3. And again, said in 2015, your climate change expectations are warmer temperatures, smaller snowpack, more rain, less snow, and earlier snowmelt onset. This is from page 19 of your PPIC presentation.
Yes.
Does this look familiar?
Yes, it looks familiar.
Okay, and would you still characterize this as expectations of what we could see from climate change?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to the next slide.
Would you please identify this?
Yeah, I think was it DDJ 18? The DDJ 19, I apologize. Okay, let's go to the next slide. In the next, no,
Same-
bring it
same
back
document.
up. Yeah, sorry. Okay, go down, scroll down. Number 2, yeah, scroll down. Okay, so in the 21st century, you thought we'd seen a lot of variability compared to last century.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go down to the next slide. Or yes, next, number 3. And there's also variability in the Sacramento River runoff. And notice you noted there that the 21st century average for Sacramento River runoff is significantly below that from 1971 to 2000.
Correct.
So it's about 16,000 acre feet in the 21st century, or 16 million, excuse me, and 18.8 million acre feet from 1971 to 2000.
That's correct.
Do you think it's possible we could continue to see the lower average runoff in the 21st century?
There's some question as to decadal scale variability that would influence that we're still uncertain about.
And I will get to that. Okay, so next page on this slide, please. Okay, so here you say it's getting warmer, which increases the impact of droughts. And I believe the things in yellow boxes. Let's scroll down just a little bit on the slide. Yeah. So this where's NOAA Climate Division 2?
It's in the Sacramento River watershed.
Sacramento River watershed. So this shows it's really significantly warmer than on the warm side of the historical record. Yeah?
Yes, Mr. Lehigh presented an updated version of this slide in his testimony.
Okay. Let's go down.
And this will be your last question, Ms. Desjardins, for today?
Okay. And then this is really what I wanted to get to. It says 21st century droughts on the Sacramento River, and you plot April to July runoff on the lower slide, and water year runoff in the Sacramento River. I believe this is the 4-river index that we looked at. And we see a cluster there in the lower part. That's the drier water years. But they're not unprecedentedly dry, are they?
That's correct.
There are other years that were just as dry. In fact, I see a cluster of 3 that were drier and also had drier April to July runoff.
That's correct.
And in fact, this whole cluster on the left could kind of be seen as characteristic of what we've seen in droughts so far in the 21st century.
That is the idea. The green squares are a characterization of the drier years in the 21st century.
Yeah, and then we have some few years in the 21st century on the right, some of which are very wet. I believe the one all the way on the furthest right is probably 2011, which was a record wet year. Is that correct?
It wasn't a record wet year, but it was at the wetter end of the distribution.
At the wetter end of the distribution.
And on that note, I need to stop you.
Okay.
All right. We will resume in the morning. Ms. Riddle?
I'd like to suggest that Ms. Desjardins take her slides back and number them, and we get some clarification for the record tomorrow and go through what we've gone through. We were bouncing around quite a bit, and I think the numbering is a little out of whack, so it would be helpful if we can do that.
My apologies. I will renumber the Anderson slides.
Okay. And Mr. Mizell?
Yeah.
Yes, I've been in contact with all of my engineering witnesses, and we were able to confirm that all of them except for John Bednarski can make it here by tomorrow afternoon, and that would include Mr. Paraba Rubin, who was absent previously.
Great.
And Mr. Bednarski, if need be, can be here on Tuesday.
All right. Thank you very much. With that, we will resume at 9 o'clock tomorrow.